But today we are all gathered in this room for a reason. From all fronts of digital and technology space, each one of you represents part of this Lebanese ecosystem. I've got a lot of questions, a lot of challenges in Lebanon. Why can we do anything? Are we supposed to do anything? Will we solve anything today on the panel? Why are you here? So we have a lot of questions to answer. But believe me, the answers will not be solved here today. It will be solved when we all talk to each other, when we all collaborate and create that community of achievers towards one goal. So everyone among us must work together to forge those networking, to forge those connections, and unite under the digital economy of Lebanon. I totally believe that the digital economy of Lebanon is really something that we can uplift Lebanon towards the future. You don't need a lot of investment for this. Each and everyone in our space is doing something to it. Was it from Mr. Ali Abdullah, who's joining us from Zoom, representing President Camille Mkarzil from the PCA, or was it Rabia Baalbeki, representing the newly formed EdTech Syndicate and Digital Transformation Network? Was it Dr. Nadim, who had to cancel in the last minute, also working on digital transformation in the government sector? Was it President George Khoury, representing the working of the employment and regulation for IT professionals? Was it Firas, who will join us soon, that is really working on trying to bridge the tech in Lebanon and bring opportunities? Was it Mr. Jacques, who is representing Internet Governance Forum, and we know how much we need the internet today? Mrs. Lydia, the Center for Careers and Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Your role is also supplying this digital economy. Mr. Amadeus, you're also creating solutions for Lebanese people to try to work outside Lebanon while they are actually inside Lebanon, and give them financial means to be able to support themselves. Kim, here we go, cannot not name you. BDD and your work in supporting the ecosystem of entrepreneurs. Hani from AUB and the Innovation Park. Really, your job and what you guys are doing, everybody in this space is really working. I'm not gonna name all of them, but I know, and every one of you has a role. Mr. Mr. Nawar, or Dr. Nawar actually, and Dr. Salim from ESCOD, that will highlight the economic and policy aspects of Lebanon digital space. Mr. Ricardo Husri, representing the Lebanese private sector network. And we know last month we were there, and we know about the 10 conditions to rebound, and today it was just a continuation also of the same efforts. I will quote LSPM. Each one of us has a role to play. And this is where today our message. The list can be big, so I'm gonna try not to name all. We need to power, we need to strengthen ourselves, we need to strengthen our technology and digital economy in Lebanon, promote innovation, and foster emergence of new services and supply model. In 2018, Lebanon captured only 4.7% of its digital potential. 4.7 is nothing. We can do much more. That was in 2018. The total GDP forecasted for 2025 in 2018, it was around $7 billion for the digital economy. Those are the numbers that we want. $7 billion can help Lebanon digital economy and Lebanon economy as a whole. We need to kickstart our own economy. The first pillar will be the digital economy. Our indexes are well below the 8.4 standard in the Middle East. We are around 4.7, as I mentioned before. So we have a lot of untapped potential and growth. And I believe through the studies and what we have seen, that we have possibly around 20 to 25% of untapped potential in the digital economy in GDP. So if you do the calculation, I think those are the numbers that we actually need. So at the level of the government, we are ranked 127 out of 193 in the digital aspect. On the e-government development index, we are ranked 88 out of in 2018, so we moved back even further. So 2 weeks ago, or actually 3 weeks ago, before the government resigned, or actually went into extra time, the government signed digital transformation strategy that I'm happy to be part of somehow with Digital Transformation Network with my colleague Rabia and Dr. Mansouri and many others. Also Danny at one point of time with ISACA worked on it in 2018 or 2019 if I'm not mistaken, so many people have worked on this, but finally we saw some light. Hopefully within the next 10 years it will be implemented. And this is our role also, to help the government implement some of the digital aspects. So we need a lot of coordinations, skilling focused investments, and for investments to come, we need to create that digital economy brand, a trust source, to start competing locally, regionally, and internationally. So I'd like to thank you all for this, and thank you all for coming today and making the time. I would now call Dr. Nawar for his presentation, and then we will, after it, directly go for a panel instantaneously. Thank you again. There's a small video, just it's about the fourth industrial revolution that we will, as per the report you checked in the agenda, we are missing the fourth industrial revolution. So let's understand really what's the fourth industrial revolution and what are the potentials that we can play on. Please.
The original Industrial Revolution was driven by the discovery that you could use steam engines to do all kinds of interesting things.
That was followed by additional revolutions for electricity and computers and communications technology. We're now in the early stages of the fourth Industrial Revolution, which is bringing together digital, physical, and biological systems.
One of the features of this fourth industrial revolution is that it doesn't change what we are doing, but it changes us.
We need a different economic model that will allow us to meet the basic needs of every human on the planet, and that will be focused not on growth per se, but on maximizing human well-being.
We have energy technologies that can power our civilization, but how do we get it and implement it at the scale we need at a price that people around the world can afford?
If we're able to do something to transform cities, to make them more efficient, then the impact can be huge.
We can use asset tracking, we can use IT, we can use 3D printing to decouple growth from the resource constraints we have.
The question of adding quality to quantity, it's really about a diverse, safe, healthy, and just world with clean air, clean water, clean energy.
Together we are fighting to preserve our fragile climate from irreversible damage and devastation of unthinkable proportions.
The prediction of 5 million jobs lost by 2020 to technology is serious, but the main question is, how will we define work? How will we share the wealth?
How can you have a doctor that really knows a lot about data? How can you have a biologist that knows about medicine?
We have to create a space that enables people to think freely, to think divergent thoughts, to think creative thoughts.
We really need new education or new training.
We're working with A World in Motion and First Robotics, trying to encourage students from third grade all the way up through the end of high school to pursue science, math, and different technologies.
It's this ability of digital technology to change outcomes, to truly empower people that can create a more equitable growth.
Fourth industrial revolution has the potential to make inequalities visible and to make them less acceptable in the future.
I was the first person in the world to be able to voluntarily move my legs while stepping in a robot. The cure will be possible if enough of the right people have the will to make it happen.
We're seeing this incredibly exciting convergence of genome editing, DNA sequencing. Governments have a very important role to play in enabling the safe and effective use of technologies.
We need to take responsibility at every level of society to adapt to these technological challenges, which are redefining what it means to be completely embedded in this world.
Even though we have everyday problems we have to solve, we have to find a way to lay the foundations for the innovations of tomorrow.
So I hope this small movie was really an eye-opener. Where are the possibilities? So I'd like to call Dr. Zmurkhul, Mr. Rabia to join me, and Dr. Awar, please.
Good morning, everyone. I will be switching to Arabic, but of course ready to answer in English anytime. صباح الخير جميعا، مرحب فيكم ببيت الأمم المتحدة وبالإسكوا، وبشكر الحقيقة الأستاذ رودي والأستاذ جويل على الدعوة للمشاركة بهذا الإي.جي.إم الهام جدا، وطبعا بشرفني أن أكون مع حضراتكم بهذا الإيفنت. مداخلتي رح تكون هي مداخلة قصيرة حول الديجيتال جوفرمنت ترانسفورميشن ان ذا عرب ريجن من ناحية البوليسيز والانديكيتورز، طبعا مع تركيز شوي على لبنان. فرح يكون في عندنا مقدمة بسيطة عن الجلوبال ترندز what's going on the global level. بعدين رح نشوف هل نحن مستعدين بالمنطقة العربية لهالنيو تكنولوجي. رح نحكي عن الدعم يلي بتقدمه الإسكوا للدول العربية بمجال الاستراتيجيات والسياسات، وطبعا شوية ريكومنديشن. بس للزملاء والزميلات اللي معنا ربما ما بيعرفوا الإسكوا، نحن واحدة من اللجان الإقليمية الخمسة الموجودة بالعالم تابعين لسكرتارية الأمم المتحدة، الأمانة العامة للأمم المتحدة. الإسكوا بتضم بعضويتها 20 دولة عربية، وهناك دولتين قيد الانضمام للإسكوا، فبالتالي ستصبح العضوية مماثلة لعضوية جامعة الدول العربية. ربما السؤال انه طيب اوكي الإسكوا تهتم بالتنميه الاقتصاديه والاجتماعيه، بس شو خاصه بالتكنولوجيا؟ مثل ما بنعرف نحن باجنده التنميه المستدامه اللي تم اقرارها بنهايه 2015 كانت التكنولوجيا هي واحده من وسائل تنفيذ اهداف التنميه المستدامه البالغه عددها 17 هدف. فمن هذا الاطار الحقيقه الإسكوا بتهتم بموضوع التكنولوجيا وتسعى لتقديم الدعم للدول العربيه بمجال التكنولوجيا من أجل التنمية وتسخيرها لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة. نحن الحقيقة بالإسكوا بنركز على 3 مواضيع أساسية. الموضوع الأول هو ما يسمى بديجيتال جوفرمنت ترانسفورميشن، يعني دعم التحول الرقمي في الجهات الحكومية من خلال الخدمات الحكومية، من خلال التنمية الرقمية، من خلال موضوع أيضا هام اللي هو النفاذية الرقمية أو الديجيتال اكسسبيليتي، اللي هن تمكين الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة من استخدام تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات. الموضوع الثاني هو نيو تكنولوجيز مثل ما بنسميه بالأمم المتحدة، فبنقدم ايضا دعم للدول العربيه بوضع سياسات واستراتيجيات للارتفيشال انتليجنس، للاي او تي، للكلاود كومبيوتينج، بحيث انه تتمكن الجهات الحكوميه بالدول العربيه من استفاده من التكنولوجيات الجديده. الموضوع الثالث هو له علاقه بالابتكار ونقل التكنولوجيا، تكنولوجي ترانسفير. فالحقيقه هون انا حابب اشير انه نحن كمان تشرفنا بالتعاون مع CNRS بلبنان بانشاء مكتب لنقل التكنولوجيا داخل CNRS. طيب شو عم بيصير عالميا؟ عالميا ايضا مثل ما تفضل الاستاذ رودي وشفنا كمان الفيديو، الشيء اللي عم بيصير انه نحن اليوم نحن عم ننتقل الى جيل جديد من الويب. فنحن اعتدنا في البدايه على شيء اسمه الويب 1.0 يلي كان فيه بنركز على السوفت وير يلي بننزله على الديسكتوب، لابتوب صغير منه موصول مع شبكه، منه موصول مع شيء. الفيرجن الثاني او الجيل الثاني من الويب صرنا بنحكي على موبايل ابلكيشن، صرنا بنحكي على ديجيتال بلاتفورمز، صرنا بنحكي على كلاود ستورج، صرنا بنخزن الداتا مو بس على اللوكال ديفايسز بس بنحكي ايضا على سيرفرز او بنقدر نوصل لهم عبر الانترنت. فهذا نحن الشيء اللي عايشين فيه هو الويب 2.0. اليوم نحن عم ننتقل لجيل جديد من الويب اللي هو 3.0. طبعا بهذا الجيل الجديد من الانترنت في له مجموعه من السمات. اولا رح يكون في الفيرتشوال رياليتي تاخذ ابعاد كثير كبيره. طبعا نحكي فيرتشوال رياليتي مع يعني اي ار مع اي ار مع ام ار، يعني كل الاشكال المختلفه من هي النيو تكنولوجي، الحقائق الافتراضيه بنسميها باللغه العربيه، زائد طبعا الميتافيرس والواقع الافتراضي. ايضا السمه الثانيه انه هو عباره عن انترنت موزعه بشكل كامل، يعني ممكن لاي طرفين اللي هن الاشخاص، مؤسسات، جمعيات، شو ما كان، ممكن يعملوا ترانزاكشن مباشره بدون ما يكون في وسيط. فهذا موضوع هام جدا وخطير جدا وله ايضا ابعاد مختلفه اقتصاديه، يعني ممكن انه يصير في ترانزاكشن فاينانشال ترانزاكشن بين تو انتيتيز بدون ما يكون السنترال بانك بالنص. فطبعا هذا اتس انيبلد ديو تو نيو تكنولوجي مثل ما بنحكي نحن عن البلوك تشين واذر سيميلر تكنولوجيز. هذا وحده من المين فيتشرز للويب 3.0. ايضا بهذا نيو ترند في عندنا شيء اسمه كرييتر ايكونومي. الكرييتر ايكونومي معناتها الافراد نفسهم صار ممكن يحققوا قيمه، ممكن يحققوا ايرادات من خلال الانشطه اللي بيعملوها هن على الانترنت، سواء كان بينتينج او انترتينمنت او جيمنج اتسترا. فنحن اذا اليوم في عندنا ترانسفورميشن حقيقي عم بيصير على مستوى العالم. طيب الحكومه وين؟ وين الحكومه من هالنيو تكنولوجي؟ الحقيقه ايضا بالحكومه بنميز انه في عندنا 4 أجيال من العمل الحكومي. الجيل الاول الشيء اللي بنسميه الانالوج جفرمنت او الحكومه التماثليه، يعني هي عباره عن حكومه بتقدم خدماتها بمعزل عن الافراد، بتعتمد على الورق بتقديم الخدمات الحكوميه، ما كثير بتتشاور مع الافراد، ما كثير بتعتمد على التكنولوجي بتقديم الخدمه. فهذا الجيل الاول اللي هو كان بالمؤسسات الحكوميه. دخلت التكنولوجيا شوي على تقديم الخدمات، فاليوم صار في عندنا خدمات موجوده على الانترنت او عبر الموبايل ابلكيشن، صرنا عم نحكي على شيء اسمه اي جفرمنت او حكومه الكترونيه. اليوم صرنا عم نحكي او صرنا عايشين بمرحله اللي هي الديجيتال جفرمنت او الحكومه الرقميه، يلي هي بتفرق شوي عن الاي جفرمنت، انه مو بس التكنولوجي دخلت على مستوى الخدمات، وانما ايضا التكنولوجيا دخلت على مستوى عمل كل مؤسسه حكوميه وعلى التواصل بين المؤسسات الحكوميه. فصار كل شيء يصير داخل المؤسسه عبر وسائل او قنوات رقميه. اليوم بلش الناس تحكي على شيء اسمه ميتا جفرمنت، عباره عن حكومه في الواقع الافتراضي، وصار في بعض الاكزامبلز ومنهم ايضا بعض الاكزامبل بالمنطقه العربيه، هي انه استخدام الفيرتشوال رياليتي لتحسين اداء الخدمه، مو بس نحن ناخذها عن طريق الموبايل ابلكيشن او عن طريق الانترنت، وانما ايضا we can use virtual reality to enhance the efficiency of government services. مثل ما نحن يمكن بس للتذكير انه نحن ديجيتال جفرمنت لما بنقول نحن عندنا اليوم حكومه رقميه، فنحن بنبني على 3 ركائز اساسيه. الركيزه الاولى لازم تكون هي اوبن، لازم تكون الداتا موجوده، فهذا بيعطيها نوع من الترانسبيرنسي. الركيزه الثانيه انه الجفرنس لازم يكون في عندي بنى مؤسساتيه تسمح بتنفيذ التحول الرقمي. والنقطه الثالثه طبعا اللي هي مشتركه باي استراتيجيه او اي تحول، اللي هي لابد من انه يكون في عندي مهارات، لابد من انه يكون في عندي اطر قانونيه مناسبه لتنفيذ التحول الرقمي. طيب شو الاكسبكتد اوتكم لاستخدام هالنيو تكنولوجيز؟ اشار لهم مستر رودي شوي بالبدايه. الحقيقه الاوبورتونيتيز في اكسبكتيشن كثير عالي، مع انه الاكسبكتيشن عم بيتغيروا لانه ستيل يعني نحن ان ذا اكسبلوريشن فيز. فمثلا متوقع انه يوصل سوق الميتافيرس ل $800 مليار خلال 2 سنين. رح يكون في فرص كبيره للديفلوبرز وللشباب الصغار يلي ممكن ايضا ينخرطوا بهذا النمط من العمل ويكون حققوا ايضا ايرادات عاليه. ممكن الامبليكيشن على الاقتصاد تكون كبيره بمختلف القطاعات، سواء بنحكي على قطاعات برودكت، قطاعات الهيلث، قطاع الهيلث كير، البروسيس امبروفمنت او ريتيل بارت. طيب السؤال الذي يطرح نفسه، نحن وين بالمنطقه العربيه؟ يا ترى نحن مستعدين لحتى نستفيد من هالنيو ترند والنيو تكنولوجي؟ بشكل سريع نحن على مستوى الدول العربية بعام 2021 جامعة الدول العربية عملت شيء اسمه استراتيجية الدول العربية للاقتصاد الرقمي. فصدرت هالاستراتيجية وتم اعتمادها اللي هي بتتألف انه نحن لحتى نوصل ونحقق النمو بالجي دي بي بعام 2030 بالمنطقة العربية لازم يكون في عندنا 4 layers. اللاير الاولى هي الفاونديشن، لازم يكون في عندنا طبعا انفراستراكشر، بوليسيز، سكيلز وجفرنس او حوكمه. اللاير الثانيه هو يكون في عندنا نيو تكنولوجيز عم نستخدمها بشكل صح مثل بيج داتا واي اي. اللاير الثالثه هو استخدام هالتكنولوجي بسبيسيفيك سيكتورز، نحكي على الزراعه، على النقل، على السيرفيسز، على الفاينانس. فهذا إذا ما استخدمنا الحقيقة هني نيو تكنولوجي كمان ما بنقدر نحقق الاكسبكتد جروث الموجود. وآخر شيء هو الديجيتال سيتيزن، كمان لازم ما ننسى إنه في بعد إنساني لهالنيو تكنولوجي. الشخص لازم يكون قادر على استخدام التكنولوجيا، ولازم مو بس كل الأشخاص يكونوا قادرين على استخدام التكنولوجيا. فهذا مفهوم الانكلوجن بعتقد أيضا هام ولازم نحن نركز عليه. بالمنطقة العربية نحن بالإسوا عم نرصد الحقيقة الاستراتيجيات اللي عم تصدر بالتحول الرقمي، ونحن الحقيقة كان لنا شرف أن تعاوننا مع مجموعة من الدول العربية بإعداد استراتيجيات الوطنية للتحول الرقمي. فاشتغلنا مع العراق، مع سوريا، مع فلسطين، مع الأردن، مع موريتانيا. وحاليا خلال هذا العام في عندنا 2 projects running، واحد مع الجزائر وواحد مع ليبيا. طيب ايضا كمان ما راح اطيل، بس لحتى ناخذ فكره انه نحن وين من حيث التحول الرقمي بالمنطقه العربيه. اذا نظرنا على احد المؤشرات اللي ذكرها رودي اللي هي اي جفرمنت ديفلوبمنت اندكس اللي بيصدر عن اليو ان ديسا اللي هي اداره الشؤون الاقتصاديه والاجتماعيه بالامم المتحده، يعني بالهيد كوارتر لليو ان بنيويورك. فصنفت الحقيقه اذا طلعنا على تصنيف المنطقه العربيه فينا نشوف انه في عندنا 3 كلاسترز. في عندنا الفيرست كلاستر هن لدول الجي سي سي اللي هن بيحققوا مراتب عليا بمجال الاي جفرمنت والخدمات الرقميه بشكل عام. في عندنا الدول اللي هي متوسطه مستقره بالمنطقه الثانيه، وفي عندنا الدول اللي فيها اما هي دول اقل نموا بسموهم ال دي سيز، او هي عباره عن دول فيها طالعه من حروب او متاثره بالصراعات اللي هي المرحله او الكتله الثالثه. لبنان الحقيقه هو تقريبا بالمنتصف، هي ضمن المجموعة الثانية. وإن شاء الله طبعا نأمل رح يصدر تقرير جديد بنهاية سبتمبر هالسنة، لأن هيدا الاسسمنت بيصير مرة كل سنتين. فالنيو ريبورت will be issued by September this year، وإن شاء الله لبنان يكون ترتيبه أفضل. نطلع على الاي اي هو كمان مجال واعد جدا، وما دام عم نحكي اليوم على الديجيتال ايكونومي بلبنان بعتقد انه ممكن نحقق احنا قفزات واضحه بمجال الاي اي. ففي عندنا مؤشر يصدر من اوكسفورد انسايتس بشكل سنوي اسمه اي اي جفرمنت ريدينس اندكس، وبنلاحظ انه لبنان كمان بيجي تقريبا بمنتصف الدول على مستوى العالم بترتيب 94. وانا حابب اعطي مسج متفائله اكثر من رودي، انه نحن يعني بلبنان الحقيقه تقدمت من 101 السنه الماضيه ل 94 بمجال الايكو سيستم الخاص بالاي اي. ما عم نحكي على اي جفرمنت، عم نحكي على اي اي. ايضا رؤيه اخرى هي من خلال السايبر سيكيورتي، كمان سايبر سيكيورتي اندكس اللي بيصدر الاتحاد الدولي للاتصالات. كمان لبنان عم نشوف انه دائما عم بيكون موجود بالمنتصف تقريبا بالجروب الوسط، وبترتيب 109 من 182. فان شاء الله ايضا كمان بالاسسمنت القادم يكون افضل. وفق هذا التقرير اللي ظهر عن الاي تي يو بيشير انه لبنان يعني نوعا ما وضعه جيد بمجال الليجل ميجرز، يعني من ناحيه الاطار القانوني بالسايبر سيكيورتي ما في عندنا اشكاليه، ولكن بحاجه الى مزيد من الافورت بمجال التكنيكال. يكون في عندنا فرق متخصصه للسيرت مثلا، مثل السيرت اللي بتتدخل بحال الهجمات السبرانيه. يكون على المستوى التنظيمي يكون في عندنا جهه معنيه بالسايبر سيكيورتي، وفي عندنا ايضا مفهوم التعاون سواء على المستوى الوطني او الاقليمي او الدولي، ايضا بحاجه الى مزيد من الافورت. اخر مؤشر اللي احكي عنه هو الجيمس، اللي هو مؤشر اصدرته الاسوا من عده سنوات، عملنا له اسسمنت 3 مرات. الجيمس هو اختصار لجفرمنت الكترونيك اند موبايل سيرفيس ماتشوريتي اندكس. هذا المؤشر بيقيس فقط استخدام الخدمات، يعني احنا عاده بنحب دائما نقول انه عملنا خدمه الكترونيه وصير في يعني اناونسمنت عليها، هذا اتس جود، بس الاحسن انه حدا يقدر يستخدم هذا المؤشر ويكون فعلا يستفيد من هذا المؤشر. فنحن بالاسكوا حاولنا نركز على هذا الجانب اللي هو جانب الاستخدام وجانب الماتشوريتي. يعني انا بس اذا حطيت مثلا فورم حطيتها PDF هي تعتبر خدمة إلكترونية، بس هل هي ماتشور؟ فيني أعتبرها إنه ماتشور إي سيرفيس ولا لا؟ اللي نسعى اليه واللي تسعى اليه الاسكوا انه الدول العربيه يكون مو بس عندها ملفات PDF نقدر ننزل الخدمه ونعبيها يدويا بعدين نروح على الوزاره لنقدمها، وانما تكون هي الخدمه ترانزاكشنال من A to Z. فبالتالي هذا اللي نحن بنسميه ماتشوريتي. طيب نحن اذا طلعنا على اخر اسسمنت بنلاحظ انه كمان صار في تاثير للكوفيد على التحول الرقمي، ومثل ما كل الناس بتحكي انه الكوفيد كان هو وسيله لتسريع التحول الرقمي. يعني مثلا خدمه الفاكسينيشن صارت هي من اكثر الخدمات رقمنه بالمنطقه العربيه. قطاع التعليم، قطاع الصحه والمنصات الرقميه الخاصه بالتعليم والصحه ايضا هي صارت منتشره بالمنطقه العربيه. إذا نظرنا إلى الترتيب بآخر تقرير صدر بداية هذا العام 2022 مع الأسف بنلاحظ أنه لبنان تراجع شوي بمجال، لأن هون نحن عم نركز فقط على الخدمات الإلكترونية. ففي مجموعة من الخدمات اللي كانت موجودة بال 2020 مع الأسف ما عادت موجودة بال 2021. نحن بنعرف بوابة دولتي، في كثير أشياء راحت طلعت من البورتل. فإن شاء الله طبعا بالتقييم القادم يلي نحن هلأ بلشنا فيه للعام القادم يكون الترتيب افضل. طيب نحن شو بنقدم كاسكوا دعم؟ الحقيقه نحن بندعم الجهات الحكوميه انه تضع سياسات واستراتيجيات للتحول الرقمي. فمثال مثلا اشتغلنا مع الاردن على وضع مع وزاره الاقتصاد الرقمي والرياده، حطينا استراتيجيه طبعا وطبقت، والان صار في سكند فيرجن من هالاستراتيجيه كانت تركز على الخدمات الحكوميه على اداره التغيير. ايضا مثال ثاني مع فلسطين، عملنا سياسه للتحول الرقمي 2020-2025 طبعا وتم اعتمادها من رئاسه الوزراء وانتقلت لحيز التنفيذ. بنلاحظ انه ايضا بتركز على موضوع الابتكار، موضوع التمويل، موضوع الشباب. ف طبعا نحن بنعرف انه هذا كله له انعكاس مباشر على الاقتصاد الرقمي. اقترحنا ب 2019 بناء على طلب من وزاره لم تعد موجوده، هي وزاره استثمار تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصالات بلبنان. اجانا طلب رسمي لاعداد مسوده لاستراتيجيه الذكاء الاصطناعي بلبنان، فعملنا الحقيقه الدرافت، ونحن ما زلنا متفائلين انه ان شاء الله يصير في متابعه لهذا الموضوع ويتم اعتماد هالوثيقه لاحقا. نحن لاحظنا طبعا ببدايه العمل انه في مجموعه من نقاط القوه والضعف. اهم نقاط القوه هو انه النظام او البيئه المحيطه بمجال رياده الاعمال الموجوده بلبنان. واحدة من الويكنسز هي الانفاق الحكومي على البحث والتطوير منخفض. واحدة من الاوبورتونيتيز انه في عندنا طاقات هائلة بالبحث العلمي سواء داخل لبنان او خارج لبنان يمكن الاستفادة منها. وواحدة طبعا من المهددات هي موضوع البوليتيكال ستابيليتي اند ايكونوميك ستابيليتي. الفيجن يلي انحطت بهيدي الاستراتيجيه هي انه تمكين الافراد من استخدام الارتفيشال انتليجنس لبناء حلول، وهالحلول تعالج التحديات الاقتصاديه والاجتماعيه بلبنان. وحطينا الحقيقه 4 استراتيجيك جولز. الهدف الاول انه نحن يصير في عندنا تركيز على الاستثمار بالبحث العلمي بمجال الاي اي. النقطة الثانية هي تعزيز الإطار الإثيكال والليجل المطلوب للإي آي، هذا كمان عمل لا تقوم به إلا الحكومات، عمل هام جدا. النقطة الثالثة هو تمكين مهارات الإي آي، وأيضا تمكين الشباب من أنه يشتغلوا بمجال الإي آي. والمحور الرابع اللي هو محور عام هو طبعا الإي آي لا يمكن أنه يزدهر إذا ما كان عندي ICT سيكتور فعال وقوي. حطينا بهالوثيقه الحقيقه مجموعه من الانيشيتيف، انا ما راح افوت فيها بالتفصيل، بس ايضا اللي هي تماما بتصب بموضوع تفعيل الاقتصاد الرقمي. مثلا اذا عم نحكي نحن على الديجيتال سكيلز فلا بد من تمكين الديجيتال سكيلز بلبنان. اذا عم نحكي نحن على الوسط المناسب لنمو شركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة أو الشركات الناشئة بمجال الاي اي، فلا بد من أنه يكون في دعم لهذه الشركات بطريقة أو بأخرى من خلال التمويل، وزائد طبعا رقمنة الحكومة واستكمال البنية التحتية للاتصالات. النقطة الأخيرة بدي أحكي فيها كان من إطار الدعم يلي أيضا بتقدمه الإسكوا، هو أداة تول موجودة صارت أونلاين اسمها إسبار ispar.unesqua.org. هذا التول حقيقة بيعمل سيموليشن لكل شيء انديكيتورز موجودين. يعني نحن اخترنا 14 انترناشونال انديكيتورز اللي عادة يستخدموا ويعتمدوا بصياغة السياسات. منهم جزء كبير حقيقة حوالي 11 انديكيتور بمجال التكنولوجي اند انوفيشن. ف تعطي الحقيقه هيدي التول وسيله اولا انه نحن بنروح لمكان واحد وبنقدر نعرف البرفورمانس لاي دوله بالعالم، مو بس المنطقه العربيه، فينا نختار اي دوله وبالتالي بنقدر نعرف انه وين هي منيحه وين هي شوي البرفورمانس تبعها بحاجه الى تحسين. النقطه الثانيه، الهدف الثاني من هيدي البلاتفورم انه ممكن اعمل سيموليشن. طيب انا بقول مثلا بلبنان شو بيصير فيما لو زادوا عدد الخدمات الإلكترونية؟ حكينا نحن على الإي جوفرمنت ديفلوبمنت إندكس وقلنا إنه لبنان حاليا بترتيب 100 وشوي. طيب شو بيصير فيما لو صار في سياسة وطنية وزدنا عدد الخدمات الحكومية؟ شو تأثيرها على ترتيب لبنان؟ ففينا نعمل سيناريو نقول إنه لو ارتفع مؤشر له علاقة بالخدمات من كذا إلى كذا قد ايه ممكن يصير ترتيب لبنان. ففينا نشوف الحقيقة الإمباكت لأي سياسة وطنية من خلال هي البلاتفورم. من خلال البلاتفورم إذا طلعنا على أداء لبنان بنلاحظ إنه لبنان الحقيقة performance تبعه pretty good in e-commerce، حتى هو أعلى من الوسط العربي، أعلى من الدول النامية، ولكن ببقية الانديكيتورز الحقيقة هو أقل من الاثنين، هو أقل من الوسط العربي، هو أقل من الدول النامية. مثلا بالاي جوفرمنت، بالاي اي، بالاوبن داتا، نتورك ريدينس اندكس. فبحاجه الحقيقه لشوي يمكن نطلع بالتفصيل اكثر وين ممكن نحن نقدر نشتغل، وهذا الحقيقه بعتقد هدف مهم جدا ان شاء الله نحن نقدر نوصل له من خلال الدسكشن اليوم. اذا اليوم نحن ما فينا نغض النظر عن الديجيتال ترانسفورميشن، هذا تحول لابد نحن جايين عليه، لانه مثل ما شفنا عالميا الناس رايحه باشواط ايضا متقدمه عنا، فلا بد من ان ناخذ هذا بعين الاعتبار، لابد من ان نكون نحن مهيئين المنطقه العربيه للاستفاده من النيو تكنولوجي، بس بكل الاحوال ما لازم ننسى الجانب الانساني وما ننسى الاشخاص اللي هن ربما ما عندهم كل هاللكجري انه يفوتوا على الانترنت باحدث جهاز او باحدث تول او احدث سوفت وير. That's it from my side. Thank you so much.
شكرا لك دكتور نوار. تفضل. ما عرفنا دكتور نوار للي ما بيعرفوا. دكتور نوار has a long history of policy development. You are the regional advisor on technology for development in the UN ESCWA since 2013. You have more than 20 years experience in the professional, academic and research. You've been working on e-services, e-government strategies, capacity building, technology development areas for several years, and he provides multiple advisory services and conducts numerous capacity building workshops in ESCWA member states. Thank you for your opening presentation. Many important indexes. So let's jump to the second. We start more or less a panel discussion. But let me introduce our panelist. Mr. Rabia Baalbaki, the president of MENA EdTech Alliance, president of EdTech Syndicate in Lebanon, president of LAITP, Lebanese Association for IT Professionals, board member in PCA, Professional Computer Association, ALMA, Lebanese Federation, co-founder and board member, and representing Digital Transformation and Governance Network in Lebanon, in the EdTech and Innovation Committee Coordinator. Dr. Zmukhul, University Dean, President, Entrepreneur, Speaker, and Professor. Dr. Zmukhul is a savvy businessman whose impeccable ethics and sharp leadership skills have inspired many. He is the President of International Confederation of Lebanese Business People, MEDEL, the Dean of the School of Business and Management at Saint Joseph University, Professor of Managerial Strategies, Entrepreneurship and Leadership. Welcome to the panel. And we have with us joining from Zoom, representing PCA, Ali Abdullah, board member, advisor, CTO, CEO, and board member. He's an advisor and consulting services on telecom, insurance technologies, IoTs, and renewable technologies and regulations. Services covered strategies, concept creation, business case, business plan development, operation governance, efficiencies, and telecom costing structures. Thank you, Ali, for joining from Zoom and making the effort to be with us. We'll highlight your part in a few minutes. So let me start with the first question, which is today the role of the government. This is the topic of the panel. The role of the government SMEs, private sector, NGOs, CSOs in building that digital economy. What we've seen so far, we have a lot of indexes, we have a lot of efforts. There's a lot of efforts that have been done so far. So let's start by the title, and I will go for Mr. Rabia. From your position and perspective, how to reach a robust digital economy roadmap? What are the elements?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, UN ESCWA, for being here in physical and blended. Thank you, Dr. Nawar, Joel, and all my colleagues, Dr. Dal, all the presidents of the Digital Transformation Committee sectors. Let me, from this point, focus on the PPCP, Rudy. Unfortunately, because of what I heard right now, since what has been done before with the investment ministry and IT, like Dr. Nawar mentioned, there's a strategy, and we don't know anything about this strategy. This is because of the, the fast changes and the drops of the government all around the time. Not like other countries that you mentioned, Dr. Nawar. Some of the ministers, like in Oman, stayed for 10, 15 years and working on a fixed roadmap and the strategies in order to implement. In Lebanon, it's a movable sand. It's not the same, but the only commitment that we can do and we can work together is to add the community to the PPP, and to the public-private partnership. First of all, to have more e-governance, to have more transparency, to have more anti-corruption strategy, let's say, because you need a strategy for the anti-corruption right now, and it's there. And all what you mentioned, it's already by law, it's here in Lebanon, but the implementation is not doing it the right way because of other priorities for the government, especially the political ones. From our side, we added the community, and we have now public-private community partnership, and we move together with the community, especially the digital transformation syndicates, associations, everyone who can support the continuity and the sustainability of any strategic plan. And I will take one of the examples that we did recently with the Talal Boughazeli Foundation, when they visited Lebanon, and we signed with the government to have skilling and upskilling and reskilling for 320,000 employees. And we will start it very soon by end of July. We hope to have the government, and this is mean more, and maybe can be more credible from our side to have the community in charge. For this, we joined at the Digital Transformation and Governance Network, more than 77 association and syndicate and organization related to the digital transformation. Everyone have his success stories and case studies, and they have their activities and the plans here and outside Lebanon. And of course, I believe from this point, especially the e-governance, we can do a lot. What we did, actually, we participate in deep in review the digital transformation plan, which is supposed to be in action very soon, because at the last government normal meeting, they approved the digital transformation strategy plan for Lebanon. And there was a lot of gaps, a lot of divides, a lot of like Rudy mentioned today about the fourth industrial revolution. But the most important thing, the lake and it was nothing to show about the community involvement inside the plan. And what we did, we added this by enforcement, the government, and make a lot of meetings. It was a very active meetings that makes this happen, and we are now in officially by the Prime Minister approval to be a part of the digital transformation strategy in Lebanon. Why I said that? Because the last digital transformation plan was actually based on CIDR, based on CIDR and based on the projects, and it wasn't not a human central based. What we did with Rudy and all the experts, Dr. Dal and all our colleagues, we transferred from project-based into human-based. And this will be citizen-based, okay? And this will be a good gateway to the implementation for the 10 years, for the coming 10 years. And I believe now we are improving much better the empowerment of employees, empowerment of the human capacity, entrepreneur, startups, looking forward to have more, not only business to business, also O to O, organization to organization, like what's happening right now in Lebanon. Most of the funds and most of the digital economy, it's coming from the funds, and it's based on the funds, actually. Which would suppose, and I'm against this, by the way, maybe for some part of time, maybe for an extent of time, but not for, we have to be dependable, we have to be sustainable, we have to be continuable. And by the way, all what planned we have been issued and worked on, it was aligned by the Sustainable Development Goals, especially the SDG 4, the one related to the education, because we believe, and from your platform here, from ESCWA, we believe, and we did that with the CRDP because starting with the education is a must. And we did a very important decision that we included the adaptation of the right to innovate for everyone. So it's like a digital, not only a digital literacy, it's a equity. So it's a digital equity for all Lebanon, not only to access to the internet, but also to innovate and have a one-time day that this is our dream, that we can sustain, be independent, and can do our own digital economy move by what brains we have, this brain industry that we have, that we can empower, that we can do it the right way. Talking about the AI, we're supposed to move with this, with you, Dr. Nawar, and have it to be implemented, adapted. Also, we have the SDG 7, not the SDG 4, of course, we talked about it because it's related to the quality assurance in education, and the SDG 4, and I know you are doing a lot of exercises and activities about this and initiatives, and SDG 7, which is very important, and I believe these two SDGs, the innovation and the quality in education, can be a great input to the 16 SDG, which is e-governance and strong government and justice. And under this umbrella, you can have all the other SDGs implemented the right way. And diversity, all the things related to the other, like international partnership, whatever you have. But these two, actually, SDGs 4 and 7, we believe we are working very focused in these two SDGs in order to make the SDG 16 coming to reality.
Thank you, Mr. Rabia. Very interesting. I know them because I'm part of this, but I think your presentation today has opened even more eyes for us to work on a CSO level also. I'll move on to Dr. Zmurkhul. Dr. Fuad, you represent academia, and or before that actually. From your position and perspective, from academia and a business leader, how can we reach a robust digital economy?
Well, first, thank you for inviting me, Rudy. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you for the ESCWA. Thank you, Dr. Nawar. Thank you for the great presentation. And first, I want to apologize for everyone for my honesty and transparency, because what I'm going to say maybe is not
too harsh.
Very practical. Okay, no, I have to be very honest, because, you know, I mean, I love such conferences. It's great to be on panel and to discuss what would be the role of the government and put A1, B, C, something we've been doing for the last 20 years. And unfortunately,
what's our role?
Every single day.
What's our role?
Let's start. Yeah, I mean, the title of the conference is the role of the government, number one. So first, unfortunately, I have to be honest, I don't see any role for the government for now, because the least role would be stability and security, and it's something we don't have. I mean, after facing the most dramatical financial economic crisis in the world, as per the World Bank, we did not take any single step productive scale till today to face an economic and social crisis. So I don't really expect to have any step forward, to be very realistically, not pessimistic. I mean, I have to be realistic. And this won't happen in the short run. We see that we have a lot of political struggle that we're not going to tackle. But I don't see any intervention of the role of the government in Lebanon for now and in the short run, specifically in digital economy. Because if you go back to the hierarchy of needs, we are at the least of our needs, which is food and shelter. So when we go back to the needs, food and shelter, I don't see, unfortunately, the place of the digital economy as a per government structure. However, if I follow your title, you go on SMEs and private sector. And here, we know that the core of Lebanon, I mean the core of our country, have always been the SMEs and the private sector. And this is, I think, the most critical part. But here, at the same time, we have to admit that on SME stage, you know that SME are passing through extremely difficult time, because the debt structure of the SME was a financing through a banking system, was a kind of equity financing, and is something that is completely obsolete for now. So having equity financing for SME is quite difficult, and whatever, having banking support and everything is not for now, at least in the short term. So SME need funds. SME needs a growth structure, and SMEs needs development. So for the SMEs that are still here, specifically in the digital environment, need the minimum, I would say, platform to operate from Lebanon. And I think this is the what we're looking for, specifically as an academia or a business person. But we will be lacking kind of things. And here I have a small slide, but anyway, I'm going to share, because when we talk about digital economy, we see that we need specific pillars. Number one, we need a business environment. That's something that we completely destroyed. So the business environment is not there. Number two, we need a digital infrastructure, and the digital infrastructure is not there anymore, specifically on the public side, unless we go back to the 80s and we try to say that, okay, the digital infrastructure should be put upfront by the private sector. And that's something that goes to point two, that the only way out today is to have a private sector that is willing and able to invest into a digital infrastructure. And unfortunately, I would say that's the only way to do that. And here we will need, maybe in the Part 2, the NGO, the CSO, the CEDAR conference, based on project. Because again, the private sector might invest some of its time, might invest some of its entrepreneurship willingness, but I'm not sure that it might invest some of their funds. Because most of the funds of the private sector, in case I have it into cash, will be on the region and on in Lebanon, at least to generate some fresh funds. And I'm saying this very realistically. Number four is the entrepreneurial culture. And that's, I think, where we can base ourselves. And here I'll stop a little bit. What we still have in Lebanon is really this entrepreneurial thing. And I add to that between entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs. And I focus much more today on intrapreneurs, specifically into digital economy, because having just entrepreneurs that will go and start a new venture into entrepreneurship, again, realistically, this will be very difficult to implement. I mean, we can say it and say we're looking for entrepreneurs, but again, entrepreneurs need the environment, entrepreneurs need the funds, entrepreneurs need the willingness, entrepreneurs need the trust, something that is not there. However, intrapreneurs would be entrepreneurs within existing group. And we still have, till today, excellent group that still believe and invest into digital economy. So that's why my point one would be to push entrepreneurs within university, within academia, to go with an existing group with the hat of intrapreneurs, which is an entrepreneur within existing group. They can build kind of what we call strategic business units. So these are units that would be within the groups. And here I see this kind of synergy between the academia, the newcomers, between the industry that are still on the ground, that are looking for those talents, and at the same time that would fund that to go into the region. So that's why I see the SMEs with the entrepreneurs and the private sector. If I continue on my small mapping, we can say that we have the lifestyle and the creativity. Yes, we lost a big part of our lifestyle, but we still have the creativity. And we know that the creativity that we have and innovation is something that we have to push on specifically on the youth, specifically on the universities. And this means going back to all our format and courses. We should not be any more instructors, but you have to be coaches. And this is the big change. The big change is that, I mean, coming in a course talking about digital economy, I mean, what can I say that is not present into any books or the web? However, working on the mindset, working on the creativity, working on the innovation, bringing them trust, teaching them how to work into groups, and I think this is what we lack. Put them into kind of competition, how to build competition, at the same time complementarity between students, between universities. I think this is the core, that's where it happened. So I think that we have a major responsibility between academia, between businesses, and with NGOs, because they're coming with a lot of ideas, but this is the whole structure. In case we keep, working independently, you see, NGOs working alone, international community working alone, university working alone, and businesses on the side, would be impossible to face that stress. And you see in this mapping, I'm not putting any role for the government. I'm really sorry for that, because I don't see any role, at least for the short term, because the least we should do, no, we have to be honest. Again, the role of the government, in my view, would be number one, security, and I would say between brackets, stability. And that's it, because objectively we don't. We expect, yes, we want to do more, of course, but let's not put a list of things that we cannot apply today. Three, if you go to point 4, it's the market. Today, the market, the local market, the regional market, and the international market is really in need of such digital entrepreneurs. In need, because everything moved digital. The word before the COVID is completely the word after the COVID. I called that in one of my articles the pandexit. We're going out of the pandemic with completely new changes, with a lot of unknown, with a lot of question marks. So the positive things for the SMEs and for the private sector is that you're going on a ground zero market, specifically on digital, because everything we had were pillars, but now you have to build a completely new digital economy. And the thing is, when you talk digital economy, the major pitfall is that you think that digital economy is just related to telecom, to IT, to computers, and that's completely wrong. I think digital economy should be related to agriculture, to trading, to manufacturing, to education, to real estate. Digital economy means everything, the whole economy from A to Z, and that's a major thing to go. Digital economy does not mean that you have to create new businesses. First, digital economy should apply on existing businesses, existing companies. The idea is not just to create, 1,000 and billion entrepreneurs. We have some existing groups, we have some existing SMEs, we have some existing people that has something. The idea is to help them how to transform and to embrace the change and to embrace it. And that's something very important, because you meet a lot of people really coming and say, okay, I want to start from scratch. That's wonderful. I have nothing against. But the risk is huge. You have people that have experience. You have some company that were created within the storm. You have company that were there before. So the thing is, in my priority, specifically in Lebanon, to focus on those. To focus on those, give them the pillars, give them what they lack, put them together, build productive synergies, and productive synergy is crucial, and then we move forward. So I think the major 3 component, in case I wanted to focus, is first the vision. And the vision I see is that Lebanon can't survive without having a digital economic platform. It's impossible, because again, what differentiates Lebanese entrepreneurs and economy is not the wealth, it's not the natural resources, okay? Let's agree, let's focus on what we have on hand. It's the mind, it's the creativity, it's the innovation. It's the export of not only our goods, but our ideas, our creativity, of our way of doing management. And for that, you need a platform. You see, so again, if you know that if you go back to the fresh, because everybody is focusing on the fresh, the biggest part of fresh that is coming to Lebanon today in a objective way, okay, I'm not going into black market, are the service that we're selling. It's not the products anymore. People think it's just a product. It's not the service. You have an accountant that's selling his service. You have a designer that is selling his service. You have an architect that's selling his service. Okay, so we're moving much more on that, and this is something great, because we might have a decrease of the cost of living in Lebanon as a cost, but you can have an increase in your profitability in case you can export your knowledge through a certain platform, and at the same time your products. So the second thing is the technology. If you take one division, so the vision is clear. To the technology. The technology, you will have the public one and you have the private one. I think that you got my message. Don't believe in the public one for now. I mean, what we had is dramatic, specifically today. I mean, if you go with what's happening now, specifically between the ministries and the companies that are on the ground, is dramatic. I thought, honestly, the ministry should beg them for investment, should beg them to work together. And what we're seeing today is more than dramatic. And it's really astonishing, because we have a very good minister of telecom who's a friend coming from the private sector. We have excellent companies. We have a private sector person that is running Ogero. Okay, I have nothing, but when you put them together, it's impossible to reach any agreement. Impossible. So, I mean, if this space, you cannot. So I cannot believe into that. However, if you go to the private sector, you see that the private sector have developed till this minute a huge advancement specifically into the investment, and I'm going to do it not only for the country but for their sake, for their companies, and Lebanon, again, if you go back to history, Lebanon has always been a laboratory where you test, a laboratory when you train, a laboratory when you put bases. But based on that, the objective is to go on the region. I mean, it's impossible to be a closed economy with 6 million people. It's impossible to be a closed economy even though we had a GDP of 50 to 55 billion. Even with 55 billion, we had a small economy. So what about an economy with 20 billion or 25, which is what's happening today? So the digital economy will be our way out to the world, to the region, but with certain structure. So, and number 3 would be a strategy, and there the strategy. I think the private sector strategy first is to stop the hemorrhage. I mean, to stop the losses, to make sure that they have some funds to invest into human resources, into the platform, into communication. 2, I think that the private sector has to be ready, and a lot of them are, to have contingency plan. Because again, to be realistically, at any time you can lose power. At any time you can lose connections. At any time, you know, I mean, this is the reality. So the point that should start, and this where the international confederation can help us, is to have a contingency plan in case you have a blackout into communication, blackout in electricity. We cannot leave such economy die. So that's where digital economy comes, specifically on private sector. On the privatization, something I fully agree with you, and you said it, Mr. Baalbeki, and coming from the private sector, I would say I would love privatization. But today, I'm very reluctant on privatization. I will tell you why. Because in a drowning company like Lebanon, when you go to privatize, is never the good investor you want that will privatize. Because a good investor or a PPP that's going to go into a partnership with the government, that if with a failing state, to be very honest, who would be the investor that will partner with a failing state? I mean, after. So again, here, I'm more negative on that. I would go much more on a BOT, which is a build, operate, and transfer, at least for a medium term, where you have international company that go to the financing, that put the funds, and at least you keep the ownership for the state, hoping that in 10 to 15 years we might have a big change. So personally, I will go much more on BOT, specifically on digital, so you can have international companies, not because I'm not in favor of PPPs or privatization, but I'm afraid, given the governance and the structure that is there, that this can be out of control, and it happened in other countries, where those that went out on the doors came back from the windows without any example. In case you're going a second tour, I have a lot of other questions, but I swear.
Thank you. Now we can build a lot on what you said. You know, you're saying the realistic situation, and I thank you for that. But at the same time, as you can see, technically we don't have any governmental entity in here.
I would have said the same, don't worry.
No, it's not about that. This is about us, the private sector, I think, today. And what we can do for us, each one coming from his SME, entrepreneurship, or even his own company and so on. So it is really about today that private sector where we can put something, hopefully a recommendation in the end of the day towards how with our partners ESCWA we can possibly put a framework or a strategy on the private SMEs and NGOs and so on to maybe kick off something between us, hopefully, that can lead us towards the future. Noting we understand the failure that is currently happening in the government, unfortunately we need to bypass it until we reach them. So let's go to Mr. Ali Abdullah, and I will ask you the same. Sorry, Ali Abd Ali. I'm really sorry for that. From your position and perspective, how can we reach a robust digital economy, knowing you represent the PCA today? And thank you for joining us also from Zoom. If we can highlight him, please, on the screen.
First of all, thank you, Rudy. Thanks, ESCWA. Thanks, Dr. Nawar, and very glad to see Dr. Rabia and Dr. Fahad with us on the panel. I would agree with everyone has been before me, actually. The topic is very important, and I believe what they have brought to the panel is extremely transparent and clear and obvious at a certain point. What we need in Lebanon, we need an ecosystem which can help the digitization and digital economy. We lack on every point. If I want to be more positive than Dr. Fahad, it's very difficult. To be honest, we lack on telecommunication, we lack on infrastructure, we lack on every single element we touch on in digital economy. What could be done? The last 2 points mentioned by Dr. Fahad are extremely important. We need foreign investment, we need BOT, and we need some regulation to help ease of business or ease of doing business, which was one of the major successes in other countries when they have opted for some regulation and transparency to make doing business in that country very easy. Lebanon, even for our own people, very difficult to do business in Lebanon. Looking at sectors where we can do really major breakthroughs, 3 areas are extremely important in Lebanon: government or governmental services, education, and health. Those 3 services or 3 sectors are necessary for every one of us. No one can live without those 3 services in Lebanon. You can have cash and then you need banking, but definitely you will need health, and you will need education, and you will need governmental services. With the presence of Dr. Rabia, I have little to say about education. I believe he's the guru or the master in this domain. On the health, I believe we can do a lot, and we have learned a lot from the Corona period and Corona time. Telemedicine, e-file, consulting via application and via telephony, all those services could be done. Those services will require infrastructure, ecosystem, and regulation. And none of these is properly available in Lebanon. To be honest, I don't want to extend on the discussion on those points, but definitely we have to do some progress from private sectors to improve infrastructure, regulations, probably PPCP, as Dr. Rabia mentioned, and we have to bring in foreign investment going through BOT. BOT has been very successful in other sectors and other industry. If we take the telecommunication sector, BOT has been extremely successful, partially in Lebanon, but in other countries was very successful. So to conclude on this and make it as short as possible, we need to create ecosystems, and I don't want to frankly repeat what my predecessor has mentioned. We need to have ecosystem in place, whether internet, telecommunication, regulation, cybersecurity, all those elements and foundation need to be in place. And then all this need to be followed by the right regulation from the government and from other syndicates, probably active in the domain. I don't want to talk much about PCA, what we have been doing. Probably this will come in a different context. but definitely syndicate and association like PCA and EdTech, etc., can make major contribution by creating awareness, bringing people together, and making the idea more acceptable to the population and to the government. I will leave it at this point. I will not really go further because I'll be repeating my predecessor have mentioned. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to have.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Very valuable. Due to the short of time, I will take 2 minutes final recommendation per member, per panel member. I'll start with you, Dr. Nawar, and then.
Thank you. Very short and very precise. I think that I need to just disagree with Dr. Fuad. Just for maybe the very short term, maybe we don't need regulation, maybe we don't need or we can't see any role for the government till it's stabilized and so on. But I think that on the midterm and on the long run, the role of government is essential. So my recommendation for this, in this case, I think that the government need to be intervened in order to enhance the infrastructure. So this is only the work of the government. There is another aspect related to the legal and ethical and regulatory framework that need also to be developed by the government and set by the government. And the third part is about procedures for the ecosystem. You mentioned, Dr. Fuad, the business and the market and the need to enhance and to encourage entrepreneurs, which is very right and I agree totally. But I think that this is also the role of government, is to set flexible procedures, simplified procedures in order to let entrepreneurs work freely and flexibly. Thank you so much.
Rabia, we will be hosting the second panel. Also, we will be hearing from the entrepreneurs, the ecosystem, and investment regarding those startups. And so we'll have another story in the second panel. Hopefully, we will see some good aspects also, maybe that can push the digital economy a little bit.
Rudy, from what I heard right now, especially from my colleagues, actually in Lebanon, if we have a new normal worldwide, we have a new normal plus plus in Lebanon. And if we have a crisis worldwide, we have a crisis plus plus in Lebanon. So it needs not only a change management strategy or culture or mindset, you need to work all together. And for this, I didn't mention PPP. I don't believe in PPP. I believe in PPCP. For this, I added the C for the continuity. I added the C, the community, and a public-private community partnership. Because with digital transformation, and especially with digital economy, we need to have something for the privacy of the country. You are talking here about big data centers, national data centers, and you know how much, Rudy, we faced a problem in order to make it in a national place like the Lebanese University. It's not easy. Until now, we didn't reach the final decision about this. The second point and the final recommendation from my side is to have our youth and our entrepreneur and the startup working on the digital economy and not imported from outside. We need to export our services, export our products, especially from the WOLA report. And this is what we did during Expo. And we've been succeed to have startups mixed with SMEs and mixed with government together, and it works. And believe me, it will work and work more because it opens for us it shortcuts and gateway for the digital economy in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, Dr. Nawar, we can't agree more. I think we can't agree more because what we said is exactly the same, that in the short run, we need the private sector, and in the medium term, we really hope to have a government. I mean, that's music to my ears. But again, practically, we have to start in the short term to see how we can give this boost, and hopefully having a public sector. It's impossible to build an environment nor a country without a public sector. I never said that. But I said now what we have on hand is this. We don't expect a lot of change in with a 6 to a year to come, to be very realistically. Let's put the pillars of the private sector and on the entrepreneurs, on the university, hoping that we will be able to build this match. And I fully agree. I mean, this is something clear. I mean, without regulation, without control, that's impossible. This will be chaotic. So I can't agree more with you. So thank you for highlighting that, to put it clear. First, I mean, my first recommendation would be synergy. As Lebanese entrepreneurs, I think that the most positive point of Lebanese entrepreneurs is their resilience, their innovative mind, their creativity. But however, the major pitfall of Lebanese entrepreneurs is their individuality, working on their side, I mean, alone. I mean, I think now we are forced to go into synergy, productive synergy, to bring entrepreneurs together, to bring entities together, to bring competitors from the private sector together. If we focus on the theme of our conference to conclude, I will go into 3 recommendations. So synergy, number 1. 2, the power of social media. I mean, we are the kings of social media in Lebanon, but let's use this social media to have this thing up front, to put up front the products, demand not only criticism, but the social media. And again, we're extremely active in Lebanon, can be a first booster. The number 2 would be the digital marketing, because I mean, when you want to build a digital economy, the digital marketing is crucial. And again, we have extremely good specialists into digital marketing. So again, I think that I'm calling everyone to start working into a real digital marketing. And digital marketing does not mean just digital sales. It's digital marketing, the whole strategy, the structure, and this can put us up front. 3, in case we want to work into what I will call a digital entrepreneurship monitor, and because you have to monitor the change, and this has been followed by the European community. We need to focus on case studies. We need to focus on success stories. You know, I mean, again, I do love policies, I read books, but again, case studies, failures and successes are extremely important, just to take, I mean, to try to imitate those who were able to do it, or to avoid some mistakes that were done. 2, I think that we need a digital website, I mean digital entrepreneurial website, where we can bring together those entrepreneurs, where we can bring together, and this can be supported by the EXWA, by the NGOs, supported, but again, because you have the platforms, and it would take us much more time to do it ourselves. So having those platforms that were done in different countries, and we saw this in Africa, we saw this even in Egypt, okay? So this would be very important as a I would say recommendation. And we have to have some kind of scorecards and scoreboards, because again, it's very important to know where we are today, but to agree where we want to go. And where we want to go should be in the short term, in the medium term, and in the long term. So if I start with the short term, because again, we are in a survival battle. We're not yet into the restructuring. We're not into the rebuilding process. We are still digging every single day in the same tunnel. So at least we have to stop the hemorrhage and say, okay, I want to stop digging, and I want to give a kind of platforms to my entrepreneurs. So you need kind of scorecard, scoreboard, specifically to monitor what's going on, stop the hemorrhage of those of this environment and digital environment to go up and start. I agree that we talked about the initiatives and the best practices. Having forum like this one, this is very important to put up front. And again, I started with the threat, but I do agree that there's a lot of opportunities. That's why we're still here, and we believe into that, and we want to invest. And finally, for the framework, again, and I insist on that, and I conclude, the framework should start by schools, universities, private sector, synergy, and monitoring what's going on the public sector, hoping that we can build those synergy in the medium term. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very, very, very good recommendations, and hopefully we can put them on as a final recommendation. And there's a lot of initiatives that's happening. Was it on the Web3 aspect, blockchain, metaverse? We have Works Arabia here also that started a very new initiative that, yeah, so there's a lot of initiatives that are happening from the people, from the SMEs. Hopefully those things can put the entrepreneurs and startups and SMEs and hopefully others into this. Mr. Ali, I'll take your recommendation quickly and then we conclude. Thank you.
briefly speaking, we have to rely on the Lebanese innovation and leadership. Lebanese has been really leading many initiatives across the world, especially in Arab world, to have digital strategy and digital systems in place. I have been around many countries, as you may know, in the Gulf and other countries. Lebanese playing major role in bringing those countries up to standard in digital economy. Surprisingly, they don't have this opportunity to be done in Lebanon. So I believe if we have 4 streams of actions, one is similar like this to create and increase awareness across the society, including government, private sectors, public sector, everyone should be aware of what digital can bring to the table. Improve and encourage private sector to take leadership. Encourage NGOs to play major role in these activities. Then try to bring foreign investment and Lebanese investment to foster the digital innovation and the digital revolution in Lebanon. Without this, I believe if we rely on the government and if we rely on the public sector to bring this industry up to standard, I believe we have to wait very, very long time. BOT is another key thing to be done. It's successful, it has been successful. I believe we can repeat it, especially in Lebanon. We can repeat this and we have put the right regulation and control around it. So I believe this is from my end. Thanks a lot for your panel and for your invitation.
Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot for the panel. Really, I applaud you guys for the effort and for the info. And hopefully we can do something for the future and for Lebanon. Thank you again. Let's take a small photo.
Okay, thanks to everyone who came up the stage to provide their insights and sharing their perspectives with us. Now we move on to the next session of the day, and I would like to welcome on stage Dr. Salim Araji, who is leading the Future of Work initiative at ESCWA. Well, honestly, in my opinion, this is by far the most interesting and exciting project within ESCWA. Relying on the results of the newly developed ESCWA Skills Monitor that uses data from almost 1.2 million online job openings for the period June 2020 until September 2021, this presentation will address whether the type of skills and jobs demanded in the Arab region meet the needs of the fourth and fifth industrial revolution and the new era of economic development. Over to you, Salim.
Good morning. Thank you, Joelle, for the introduction. And I wanted to thank the previous session on the enlightening discussion and policy recommendation that they come up with. And again, Joel, thank you for the introduction, and I wanted to share the success with Dr. Nawar because he was a co-lead on the project as well as Skills Monitor. Today, I wanted to discuss the status quo in the Arab region when it comes to the needed and the most demanded skills in jobs. And then I wanted to shift the focus a little bit towards Lebanon and see what are the status of the skills and the jobs that are needed in Lebanon as well, and link it to the direction that Lebanon is heading towards the digital economy or transformation to the digital economy, which could provide more resources to the country in these difficult times. I wanted to start with this depressing title, Yet There is a Hope, and I have to tell that there is a hope because the digital transformation is an information-related, or the fourth industrial revolution is an information-related revolution, which is no friction in the flow of information in how to transform to such industrial revolution. Therefore, many countries in the Arab region has the chance to move forward and to catch up with the rest of the world faster than the previous revolutions. So the Arab world might be missing the fourth industrial revolution. The Arab skills are still stuck in the past. We did some screening to the Arab region and we figured out that the region is still demanding mainly the skills of the past, or the traditional skills, the skills that are related to consumer-based jobs and skills. So, between the times that Joel prepared the welcome note and what we have right now, we are up by 700,000 jobs. We are using real-time data to get jobs in the region. So up till now, we have almost 1.9 million jobs. Out of these 1.9 million jobs that we analyzed in the region, they have 4.2 million skills. They are split into 15,777 unique hard skills and around 344 soft skills. Hard skills is all the skills that are technical skills that are accumulated by people, and these are the unique skills that are available in the Arab region. Soft skills is all the skills that are related to interpersonal skills or any skills that requires personality related skills that helps in the job place. These are the top 10 skills that we found that are mostly demanded in the Arab region. As far as soft skills, communication is still the top skills that is required in the region, then sales, management, English language, planning, operation, Arabic language, problem solving, leadership, and customer service. If we link these skills are very essential to accumulate human capital and to be in the job market in the Arab region. However, if we match these with the soft skills that are demanded globally, or the trending skills that are demanded globally, they might not necessarily match. The only one that could match is leadership. However, we don't see innovations, we don't see creativity, we don't see other skills that are related to the new work modalities such as remote working. Many of these skills are not yet highly demanded in the Arab world, yet they are demanded globally. If we look at the hard skills, the top of the list is accounting, then finance, selling techniques, KPIs, auditing, financial statement, customer satisfaction, purchasing, and strategic planning. So here we wanted to just focus on the type of skills that are needed. All of them are consumer-based skills. They are related to the consumer-based economy that tell us many things. The first thing, that these skills are not matching with the most trending skills globally, and the skills that are related to the digital economy and that they are driving the fourth industrial revolution. And at the same time, this is telling that the region is still behind other regions when it comes to innovation and creativity or spending in R&D. We don't see blockchain, we don't see cloud computing, we don't see the data science related skills or any skills that are related to the fourth industrial revolution. This doesn't say that the region is not demanding these skills, yet these skills are not demanded by the amount and the frequency that is demanded by other countries around the world, and I mean by this the developed world. So another thing that we need to pay attention to, accounting is one of the skills that, or if we take accountant as a job, is one of the jobs that might be fully automated between now and 2030, or at least almost automated between now and 2030. If we look at this set of skills and if we compare it with the jobs that might be automated, we could see that many of them could be done this way. And this is scary because many of jobs might be substituted in the future in the Arab region relative to be augmented with technology. We also looked in ESCWA Skills Monitor about the linkage between the COVID-19 pandemic, the full closure of countries during the pandemic, and the remote work. We have seen that we didn't catch up with the rest of the world when it comes to the growth in different work modality, whether it's hybrid or remote work. It increased during lockdown in some countries, yet it went down drastically when the pandemic started to, or the waves start to fade away in the Arab countries. And as we see in November and December 2021, when the corona waves start to tame down a bit, the demand for remote work dropped significantly. Also, we looked at the classification of jobs by job seniority to see the number of jobs that are targeting youth. And we can find in the Arab region that lots of jobs are demanded for the entry-level positions, which is between 1 and 3 years, which is majority in the Arab region. However, we have linked this to the number of the youth that are demanding jobs in the Arab region. We have seen that the Arab region is not creating enough jobs that could catch up with the youth bulge that we are still suffering from in the region. Also, traditional skills is also still demanded by the job seniority, meaning that at every different level of the career path, we're still seeing similar trends to traditional skills that might not necessarily be linked to the fourth industrial revolution. We also linked the jobs or the type of skills that are needed in the Arab world with the SDGs. And we found out that sustainable cities has the biggest linkage between the jobs that we have in the Arab region and the SDGs. 6 months ago, as we all know that the data that we're getting from ESCWA Skills Monitor is real-time data or live data, we have seen that health-related jobs, or SDG 3, is the most demanded SDG in the region. And I mean by demanded is the linkage between the jobs and the skills they have and the SDG that we have. One would assume that SDG 8 would be the most demanded skills, as youth and female unemployment in the Arab region is the highest worldwide. Yet, unfortunately, we're not seeing this in the Arab region. We see SDG 8 is the 5th priority for the jobs that we have. See, why this is important? It's important because, as we all know, that most countries are having their plans to match to reach the attained targets of the SDG by 2030, or the targets of the SDG by 2030. We see that the jobs, and I'm seeing here by the majority of the private sector, is going, it might not necessarily going in the same direction as planned by the national development planning of countries, and that's why we see that different SDGs, other than the attention of the countries, might show up. now we looked at the trends to see, okay, we don't have the fourth industrial revolution skills trending, of the top 10 demanded skills. But what about the trending jobs? Probably we have blockchain and it's growing so fast. Let's look at the trends. We looked at the trends and we also find the ones that you could see: accounting, restaurant operation, finance, computer science, innovation, invoicing. This is knowledge in accounting, knowledge in restaurant operation, if you're thinking how this could be a skill. Knowledge in selling techniques and etc. is the one that is trending higher relative to other skills. However, we have seen that lots of other skills are not are dropping, including construction, safety trainings, banking services, machinery, and environment, health and safety, etc., etc. Environment, health and safety could be probably understandable. It's just because the pandemic is fading away, and that's why you see lots of the skills are not trending anymore. Probably 6 or 7 months ago it would be trending, but we also don't see the skills that are related to the digital economy as trending as well. So that means that we might be still stuck in the past. Also, we looked at the most 10 AI augmented jobs in the Arab region. We have seen that credit analyst and financial controller, IT system analyst, software analyst, data analyst, banking treasurer, etc., they have a high score of AI augmentation. I don't mean by AI augmentation here is that automated, is how the caliber is augmented by technology to do the task. However, when we say 100% AI augmentation implies the task or the job is 100% automated, and then it's a robot on its own. So what we are trying to send here, we're trying to send a strong message, is that in the Arab region, we have the majority of the jobs are in the mid-skilled bracket. And these jobs are the most prone to automation. That means that it's either we upskill them to a point that they could be augmented with technology, or these people are definitely losing their jobs at some point of time. It's not going to happen in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, but it's coming. That's all what we know, because these mid-skilled jobs are the jobs that are mechanical and they could be easily automated. That's why we ask that jobs or the mid-skills labor bracket of the Arab world, which is the majority, needs to upskill significantly and needs to have in their heads the to be mindful about the lifelong training in order to keep up with the needs of the labor market, or in order to keep up with the jobs that would be created, and at the same time reduce the burden on governments and social safety programs. This is just a hypothetical description of the skills and jobs map of the Arab region. It's not very clear in the screen. However, what we're trying to see here is that majority of the jobs are clustered on consumer-based, as you've seen previously, consumer-based jobs and skills in the Arab region. It means that the probability to upskill and reskill in this cluster is easier than what is known as the digital economy cluster, which is still very weak in the Arab region. So if you look at you can't see, but at the bottom, you could see there is a small cluster that is fragmented. This is the ICT sector, and it means that it is still under development. It requires additional investment in infrastructure in order to have this sector as a dynamic and a lively sector relative to other sectors in the economy. The last thing that I wanted to say is that what we need in the Arab region is we need to upskill to catch up. However, at the same time, we need the sectors that would acquire these these skills that are acquired in the region. There is a famous quote that good skills require good sectors, and this is what we need in the Arab region. However, for those that might be impacted by the fourth industrial revolution or their jobs are automated, we need to create the necessary social safety programs in order to keep them under the umbrella of decent living. And this is what we ask for in the Arab region. Now I wanted to switch to give you just a glance of what we did on Lebanon as far as ESCWA Skills Monitor in order to show you the type of most demanded skills in Lebanon specifically relative to the region. Can we, Joel, can we put this on the screen, please? It's on Joel's laptop. All right, so we did country profiling of the most demanded skills and jobs in the Arab region, and now if we can pick Lebanon, can you click on the flag, please? Yeah, go down, scroll down a little bit. Sorry? This is public data. It's called ESCWA Skills Monitor at unesqua.org, and this data is available for everybody. So we analyzed in Lebanon 165,000 jobs. We found 382,000 skills in them. These 382,000, they include 5,500 almost unique hard skills and 281 unique soft skills. As you can see in the Lebanon most demanded jobs, and this is very crucial and very promising for the Lebanese entrepreneurs and the Lebanese human capital that are willing to find a job in Lebanon, that we have digital marketing, we have online related jobs, we have online marketing, etc., or what we call is jobs that are linked to the digital economy or the fourth industrial revolution. If we can include graphic designer with them, it could be as a creative and an innovation type of job. We have these in Lebanon, and we would be willing to be a hub, yet we require the infrastructure still. Additional incentives in the digital economy would also give us additional hope, and it would be great to bring resources from outside, as most of these tasks or jobs could be outsourced from outside to Lebanon, and we can definitely export these jobs. If we scroll down a little bit, the most demanded hard skills, we have JavaScript, we have knowledge in computer science, we have knowledge in graphic design. These are skills that might be promising, that we could definitely rely on. And unlike we have many of the soft skills that we have in the region. However, we have something that are unique for Lebanon, such as detail-oriented problem solving, that does not show in the top 10 demanded soft skills in the Arab region. However, we see them in Lebanon, and for problem solving is one of the trending skills globally as well. So this is in summary what we are doing and what we are having, or what we are accumulating for the whole Arab region and for Lebanon. And in fact, based on the live data and the real-time data that we're having, we have 3 more diversified economies. And I'm not talking here about the frequency of jobs. I'm not talking about how many accountants a country needs. Dubai needs or United Arab Emirates might need 500,000 accountants. Lebanon might need 10,000 accountants, but they have a more diversity of jobs that are needed in different sectors. Like the JavaScript does not make it in the Emirates or in any other GCC country, yet it's making to the list in Lebanon, in Jordan, and in Egypt. So 3 countries that have a more diversified map of skills compared to these 3 countries, which there is a huge potential for the Lebanese, Jordanian, Egyptian labor markets to evolve into the digital economy direction and to cope with the fourth industrial revolution. And it's not only other countries could do it. So this is the last sentence that I wanted to finish my presentation with. Thank you so much. Should I stay here, Joël? Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
So this is Nasreen Deeb. Originally, I'm an IT specialist for 14 years. And then I'm a social entrepreneur and now the executive director of the Lebanese League for Women in Business, an organization that works with a lot of women-led businesses, SMEs, and startups in Lebanon. So I had comment on the last panel, but I don't think I have the chance to now. So thank you, Salim, for the presentation. That is really needed and the efforts that UNESCO is doing. I guess we met in another event in November, if I remember very well, about what the ESCO planned for the SMEs and the entrepreneurs, and we've discussed over 2 days the challenges of the SMEs in Lebanon, and definitely the digital transformation or the digital skills was a challenge for the SMEs and the entrepreneurs in Lebanon. And now I'm seeing again the presentation, but I would love to hear the action plans and what is the future plan. On the first panel, we had people from academia, people from different sectors. Maybe we are here as CSOs or NGOs as well in Lebanon. And now we're presenting a very interesting study and data. So what is the ways of collaboration? Did you share this with the academia, with the universities to upskill the youth, to do the needed programs? Did you share them with the CSOs, with the NGOs, with the private sector? So what is the next plan from this interesting study? And thank you again.
As you know, at UNESCO, we work usually with governments. However, this ESCO Skills Monitor works with 3 different areas. It works with with 3 different stakeholders, let's call them. We work with governments to design the policies that they need based on the data that we have. We work with private sector universities and NGOs to work on on-site training, especially for SMEs with startups, etc., to have the on-site planning with the skills that are based on the skills that are needed, or career guidance for. And the last one is we provide information to every Arab citizen that would like to upskill and reskill. If you don't mind, Joel, can you go back to the ESCO Skills Monitor? I wanted to show you something to see how useful is this tool. This tool, ESCO Skills Monitor, is not a tool to just provide, oh, you need to do recommendation 1, 2, 3 and create a report. No, this is a hands-on tool. If you go to not the last option, document country profile, and next job decomposition, is it, or I can't see from the flag, the third icon, country profiling, and next to it, to the right.
You may click and drag so that you can see that. Take the camera out of the screen. Click and drag. You may minimize your screen if you like.
Sure. So this is the website, skillsmonitor.unesco.org, for those who are interested. So this is where we target every Arab citizen in order to upskill and reskill. For example, I'm an economist. And I want to be a data analyst. These are the common skills that an economist and a data scientist share. These are the hard skills, sorry. Python, Power BI, data modeling, etc., etc. This is based on real-time data, and this is what the market is asking. And this is the common soft skills. Customer service, self-motivation, Microsoft PowerPoint, creativity, time management, to influencing skills. And now, if I'm an economist and I wanted to be a data analyst, I need to learn more programming. You have here R programming, JavaScript, Amazon, Redshift, Microsoft Azure, etc., etc. You're an IT, you know these skills. And these are the soft skills that you need to learn. Enthusiasm, training and development, data reporting, packaging and labeling, quality control, curiosity. So this, any Arab student, any Arab employee now can go and check what do they need based on their profession to move from profession A to profession B. So this is everybody. You wanted to go to university, yes, which job do you want to pick, or which profession you wanted to pick? You can see if it's trending or not. You can also see if you are in a given profession, what do you need to move up. I'll give you another example. You might think that, oh, this might work only for white-collar jobs, like very high-skilled jobs. Let's move for taxi driver. To a hairstylist. These two people, they only share safety training. A taxi driver and a hairstylist, they share safety training as far as hard skills. Soft skills, they share all of these compared together. And these, if I'm a taxi driver and I wanted to be a hairstylist, I need to learn all of these. Hair care, eyelash extension, and whatnot. And these are the soft skills to be in upskilling to a hairstylist. We all know that hairstylists, they talk a lot, so verbal communication skills is one of the skills that is needed. So these are the three brackets that we target in our analysis. Policymakers to design policies. For example, we're working with Qatar, with Kuwait, with Jordan, with Egypt on matching the people skills or the CVs that they have with the jobs that are provided to the government or that is provided in the Egyptian, Qatari, Kuwaiti market, etc., etc. We're working with around 9 countries at the moment, and we're expanding. We're also working on developing, partnering with Qatar Foundation on educational programs. We're also working with Oman in order to see what are the fields of studies that they have in their universities and what are the fields that are asked in the market. So this is the type of the work that we have. And now we're introducing this to innovative people, startups, SMEs, and we're presenting in every meeting that we have at ESQA in order to see how you guys could benefit from the information that we have. And at the same time, and I have to tell everybody, this is public good for everybody to benefit. You just need to ask us about the data and the information, and we could provide it to you. Yes, please.
If I may just focus on Lebanon. How about Lebanon? What the work has been done with government, with policies. We've seen on the last panel that Dr. Rabia is talking about strategic plan, is very optimistic. Dr. Fuad was, for me, more realistic. If we can say he's coming from academia background. So what are the plan from this study and this tool, what you're doing in terms of policies? Because we do know, and I would love to comment on 2 things, Rudy. we, the CSOs or the NGOs, we're doing our best, but we cannot do it without the government. At the end, we need to deal with the government. We need to deal with the institutions, with the decision makers. We need to draft policies. So at the end, we need to put hands together with no corruption. This is the first condition to do it well. So what you're doing with the government and or how they are receiving these, are you working on some policies in Lebanon?
We are working with the Ministry of Labor.
Yeah, this is
at
what
the
I
moment.
want to mention.
We have already 2 programs with the Ministry of Labor. One of them is on the nationalized jobs that they, if you remember, the 126 nationalized jobs for the Lebanese people. We asked them to add some additional jobs to the list, including the digital economy first 100 demanded jobs in Lebanon, where we could extract from this list. We're not saying that this should be only for Lebanese, but the priority could be given to those who are working in Lebanon in order to find the jobs in these sectors in different fields. If they don't have, the Lebanese don't have the expertise, they can expand the way. This is in fact the mandate of the ministry, not what we proposed to them, but they asked that they wanted to nationalize some jobs. We are also enhancing the government's matching platform. So they have a platform that the minister launched recently. It's very basic. We're enhancing it. We're adding some features, additional features to it in order to have a better matching technique. And speaking of technology, this you could fit corruption. This could fit with the e-government work, where everything is automated and the matching process will happen automatically, where the suggestion to the people who have their CVs would be automatic, and companies would also see these CVs simultaneously in order to find the best match for them. So these are the common products that we are working with the government. Also, we're trying to look for some training programs that the ministry could administer in order to help the Lebanese people build the expertise in the most demanded skills that we extracted in our skills monitor for Lebanon. This is ESCWA is working on that. Hopefully we'll be successful. We're in discussion with multiple training entities and we see how far we could go. We did that previously with Coursera and we provided 25,000 licenses. It was very successful. We are looking with similar experiences in order to help everybody in the country. I hope I answered the question properly.
Thank you, Dr. Salim. One small intervention by Rabia. If you want to do one small intervention, and then we go to break, and we can continue the discussion in break, of course.
And what I want to add, because Nisreen, she is very right in her intervention. Actually, as I learned, last week you visited the Minister of Labor, and you agreed on the training, and you agreed on developing the platform that he launched recently. But what we are looking not only to add it on Coursera, because last time when you added on Coursera, most of the people, they benefited from the portal, but at some point, because UMSAR did not support the website, it drops down and they did not continue their training. So I believe the best way, again and again, to have our national portals, our national platforms supported with you and connected with the API, because I read here that you have already an API service to connect it together. Thank you.
Concerning the Coursera initiative that we did, we have 25,000 licenses. We got 47,000 accepted applicants. And we have people who took more than 10 trainings. So the total amount of hours was 500-something thousand training hours that has been took, which is successful. I feel very bad for those who couldn't manage due to internet connectivity or else, but I would have to say that Coursera initiative, I don't want to advertise Coursera, we're not supposed to do this. This training was very successful, especially when you see in Akkar, in Baalbek al-Hermel, in Nabatiya, people taking trainings that are related to the future of work, such as cloud computing, data science, fancy IT activities, etc. So this is we're trying to replicate. I have to tell you that we are in a discussion to create something. The training, it's not finalized yet. We hope that it will work. As you know, ESCWA's role in this is limited in resources as well. Updating the platform, the ministry, we're working on it. I can guarantee that we're working, but the training, we're trying our best. Hopefully we can be successful with it again. Sorry? Yes, please.
Test. Okay, so we're actually building right now a platform called Skills Arabia. And Skill Arabia is actually being built to become the Udemy of the Arab world, if you like. And yeah, we don't want to like keep on being dependent on platforms that are coming from the outside world. And the platform will be launched next month, by the way. We're done. We don't have enough course givers yet because it's not officially launched. But if we can work on something, if Mr. Rabia, if you know people, we're willing to help. We're investing in this, our own money, our own resources, in order to bring the students from everywhere, equity, exactly like you said, and the coaches, course creators, trainers, wherever. I think we can do that here.
I think there is a room to coordinate with ESCWA as well. Please,
amazing.
We'll connect all the three of us or whoever wants to be part of this initiative. By the way, as my colleague Joel mentioned, we are having ESCWA's Future of Work initiative. And this is part of the initiative to help member states catch up with the future of work, whether it's at an individual level, at the corporate level, or at the government level. And again, I have to tell you, all the services and the assistance we provide to member states and their citizens is a public good. I mean by that is free of charge. We don't charge member states for. So please benefit from the work that we have done. ESCWA Skills Monitor, we invested a lot. Lots of resources, financial resources. I don't want to mention how much. This is free for you. Please benefit from it, whether in Lebanon or any country around the Arab region. So we can definitely coordinate with Joel and Karim and everybody, and we could definitely do whatever it takes to help the Arab citizens.
Amazing. One last thing. We even built a platform for freelancers. It's called Works Arabia. It's live. We have more than 100 freelancers now actually taking jobs. Zero commission, zero competition. We don't take $1 from anyone. So this is an opportunity for them. Most of them have digital skills. And when I saw this, this is something great because a Lebanese freelancer can actually enter and see what are the jobs in demand in UAE, for an example, and target that area with their marketing message in order to get clients to work with them. This tool is amazing. Thank you for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question was about how we can coordinate together as private sector.
Can you put the mic close to you, please?
Yeah, the last question I have is how we can collaborate or coordinate together with ESCWA, because this is a very nice initiative, but from private sector perspective, whether it was our own companies, whether it was multinational companies or local companies or the different type of syndicates, how we can coordinate with this initiative to work together on it.
The coordination with private sector, I think the right person to ask is my colleague Karim Hassan, because he's the focal point with all startups initiatives with the private sector. I think there is room. Is Karim with us?
The second panel discussion. So
okay, we'll get to Karim and Joel would be better to answer such a question, and I'm definitely sure that there is a way.
Oh, absolutely. There's going to be a follow-up meeting on this roundtable, if I may say. But so we're going to brief you about the next steps in the closing part, which is half an hour. We get your feedback, your remarks, recommendations, and we set the next steps. But for now, if I may thank Dr. Salim, thank you for listening, and we'll have a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back at 12:30 to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Test.
You need to switch the mic if you don't want to speak.
It is.
I can hear you.
Test.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good.
But maybe it's better to switch it off until you want to use it. Okay. Yes. Okay.
this is games. You'll have to share this one with. Okay. Test, test. Can you hear me? It's clear? Okay, perfect. Can you hear me, Rudy? Okay, perfect. So if I may ask you that you take your seats, we're about to start the second part. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello again. So this is the second part of the expert group meeting on reviving Lebanon's digital economy happening at the UN House in Beirut. It is very obvious by now, especially after the first session, that Lebanon needs a holistic national strategy to transition into a digital economy which engages all ministries and all stakeholders. One of the key focus areas should be on supporting the digitalization of micro, small and medium enterprises. Over the next 45 minutes, we will address the major challenges faced by MSMEs when attempting to undergo a digital transition and making sure, as supporting organizations, we are empowering them with the right tools. Please join me in welcoming the panelists for this discussion. Kim Mouawad, Senior Community Manager at Beirut Digital District. Ahla wa sahla. Ms. Linda Ashouti, team member of the Center for Careers, Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Lebanese University. And Sami Saad, VP Investments at IM Capital. And over Zoom, I have my colleague, Karim Hassan, whom we've mentioned multiple times today. He's the Executive Director of the UN ESCWA Technology Center. So in order to kick off, I'd like first to set this scene. And I'd like to start with Kim. Kim, you deal on a daily basis with entrepreneurs, with the support organizations. So what's the status of the ecosystem today? And are there any gaps? And how is BDD trying to bridge those gaps?
Hello, Joël. Hello, Rudy. Thank you for having me today. Joël, to answer your question, we've noticed at BDD that there was a drop in startups, of course. BDD today is home to 130 companies, 2,300 community members, and those are a mix of support organizations. We've seen a big rise in the number of support organizations as community members at BDD. We're around 30% startups, and the rest is a mix of big corporates, multinationals, and incubators. So if I were to tell you a little bit about the journey that founders based at BDD were facing in the past 2 years, it was definitely difficult. So first the pandemic, and then the overall situation in Lebanon. They faced many obstacles, whether related to banking situations or operations in general. So what BDD did in order to support these startups is, first of all, offer the infrastructure where startups were able to come in and work. I think BDD navigated the fuel crisis really well by deciding to invest in fuel to keep the operations ongoing for all these startups. What we've also noticed is most startups have started to outsource. They've started to open up markets in the GCC and the rest of the world. So this is one thing that they're doing to survive. Another thing is they're also hiring talent, and they're facing major issues with retaining this talent. So I would say one of the major obstacles that startups are facing today is keeping this talent in Lebanon. So one of BDD's major roles in order to help is to create and foster a very healthy environment for these employees to be able to strive and come into work, feel like, everything is still unchanged and normal. Finally, I'd like to mention BDD created a new NGO, which is called Forward MENA, and the aim of this NGO is basically to bridge the gap between jobs and basically the aim of this NGO is to create to skill up talent in Lebanon to help them find jobs in the digital sector and digital marketing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Linda, I move on to you. Speaking of digital talent and skills, is the education system properly equipped to provide students with the tools needed to take part in the digital economy? And what role do centers of entrepreneurship should play?
Hello everyone. So please allow me first to introduce Centre Mine. Centre Mine is a center for career innovation and entrepreneurship at the Lebanese University. It was founded in 2018, so just when all the crisis started. But even though we managed to help our students, and mainly I believe that all of us today, one of our mission is to bridge the gap between mainly the students, universities, and the labor market. So I would like to answer, of course, your question. But I would like to relate to what we have already discussed previously. And what I want to mention is mainly what we call the digital divide. When I say digital divide, is mainly the unequal access to internet. But mainly here in Lebanon, it's not mainly the access to internet, it's mainly the awareness and the access to all what we have already discussed in the previous panel. So what Esqua just mentioned, the Coursera, I'm not sure that all our students are aware of what we are doing. So what we are doing are initiatives, and they are amazing, especially what Dr. Salim just presented. And here as well, I've heard about a lot of initiatives, but the students are not aware. So what we are asking for is this awareness. Centre Mine is working, of course, to raise this awareness for the students. And just to tell you that when I talk about the Lebanese University, I'm talking about 80,000 students from all Lebanon, and I'm talking about 19 faculties plus 2 PhD faculties. So if we manage to raise this awareness to all our students, I'm talking, as I said, about 80,000. So imagine the impact we can do on the students. Another thing, how mainly we are managing to do all of this, I would like to mention as well that Centre Mine is mainly based on volunteering. So all the members, all the team, all what we are doing is based on volunteering, and we count a lot on the ecosystem that we just mentioned. So talking about us, what we do is mainly we are, and if I want to relate as well to the SDGs, we are focusing on the partnership. Partnership with whom? We are partnering with research centers in order to help the students, mainly if they have business ideas, to work on the prototype, to validate what they are doing, to make sure from the data they have. We are trying as well to partner with other universities, even in Lebanon. And when I talk about Centre Mine, of course it's at the Lebanese University, but all what we do is most of the time open to other students in Lebanon, because what we want to do, especially that we are the only public university in Lebanon, we want to cooperate. We don't want to compete with other universities, and that's why most of the time, of course, when possible, or what we do, the webinars and the competitions are open to other university students. So talking about the partnership, we have a lot of partnerships with other universities, and here we are talking about the mobility. Of course, before the pandemic, the mobility was physical. Now, because of the pandemic, it's virtual, but we can find a lot of advantages even behind the virtual mobility. Other types of partnerships, of course, we count a lot on the private sector, because we would love to count on the public sector, but it's not possible, as you know. So we want the support from the private sector, and of course there is a lot of initiatives, a lot of partnerships with the private sector. And that's mainly what we do. And of course, I want to relate to what to the first presentation mainly when we talked about the system, so the components mainly when we talk about the digital economy, and the first component was the foundation and the digital skills, and that's what we are trying to offer mainly to our students, beside of course all the competitions or the assistance and helps when it comes to their business ideas and startups.
Okay, thank you, Rita. It's very important that you mentioned the digital divide, and it's really good to see how you're trying to promote inclusive digital literacy. Over to you, Sami. What are you hearing from those entrepreneurs that you meet with on frequent basis for funding purposes? What are the issues that they are facing? And in simple words, what do they need?
Hello. So entrepreneurs in Lebanon need like everything. So they have nothing. As we were talking in the previous panel, the government is not just not helping, but it's hindering any progress. So they have to deal with no electricity. They have to deal with all of these issues that we know about. So startups mainly, this is where our expertise lies. It's in startups. And especially technology startups, they needed to insulate themselves from everything that's happening in the country. So what they did is they created, these kind of bubbles, which I think BDD is supporting as well. So they've created this bubbles that insulate them from all the hindrances from the government. So a lot of them are taking part into clusters, again, like BDD, or maybe putting on solar energy, putting on not relying on government internet services, satellite internet. So they're insulating themselves as much as possible from even the infrastructure that is given from the government. So that's the first level of insulation. The second level is the banking and the finance, which is also non-existent right now in Lebanon. So they had to look outside Lebanon to establish entities outside Lebanon, holding entities that are going to hold their companies in Lebanon. So now they've changed their structure. They've changed also how they do banking. So they had to do bank accounts outside Lebanon. And then they also had to go and fundraise outside Lebanon. So all these problems were solved. Almost 70% of our startups are now operating like this. So they have foreign structures, they have foreign bank accounts, and they're trying as much as possible to insulate themselves from the geography that they're in, which is Lebanon. But then we have the problem of talent, which is the biggest problem that they're facing. So even though most of them are paying fresh their employees, they're still losing a lot of their talents. And the reason is, again, the government. So even on the talent level, people do not want to stay in Lebanon because they have a lack of necessities, right? So they have a lot of problems. So even though they're making fresh, but they do not want to stay. The ones that usually stay, and this is from our experience, is maybe the employees that already have other nationalities. So those would consider that staying in Lebanon, even though it's risky, maybe they're enjoying their time right now, they're next to their families and everything, but as a worst case scenario, they can go and leave. And so in order for companies to attract and maintain talent, they actually were looking for ways on how to do this, and the key was flexibility. So we've said that they've established outside Lebanon. They've even established offices outside Lebanon because most of them are exporting their services or their products. So maybe they have sales team, they have support team outside Lebanon. And so what they've created is that they told their employees that, okay, we have this flexibility, you're working in Lebanon, but worst case scenario, if everything went super bad here in the country, we can go outside Lebanon. You can, travel whenever you want. And that kind of flexibility gave a kind of stability for these employees and gave them a reason maybe to stay here. So in their mind, in the worst case scenario, because I think most people are leaving, or most talent is leaving, because of the expectations, because of the uncertainty that we're having. And so once you, give a sense of security for those employees and give them that kind of hope that in case something really bad happened here, they can move outside. And so that's a kind of resilience. And when we're talking about the private sector even solving those kind of big problems, it's kind of astonishing to see. And so you have a lot of people in the private sector that are really working hard. And the incentives are different. So some people do not want to leave for emotional reasons. I'm saying the entrepreneurs, because a lot of entrepreneurs have already left. Some of them want to stay for maybe emotional reasons, for many different reasons. Maybe they have someone that they want to, take care of. There's a lot of reasons. But those that are staying are creating a kind of resilient, ecosystem that is not dependent on the geography. And we were talking about the government and how unreliable it is, and so they're not even depending on the government. They're just creating their own solutions, which is good, and which is also helpful. And that was not readily available before the upcoming, technologies. So before solar, they were not able to have their own electricity. Now they can. Before satellite internet, they were reliant on the government. So with the advancement of technologies, entrepreneurs can now rely less and less on the government. Also, when it comes to the location for technology companies, they don't need to have, the kind of traditional office that cannot be moved. They can be moved at any time. They're on the cloud. So it's easy, again. It's easy to move all the office outside. So that's one big part of it. Now, what is our role as support organizations? I think we have supported this kind of trend, and our main focus was to maintain as much as possible talent in Lebanon. So this is our main focus. So again, when we're creating an economy, we want, companies, as you were saying, to export their service or their product to bring in, hard currency into the country. And so with the banking crisis, that's currently not possible. And we have to deal with it, right? We cannot say for our companies, okay, open an account in Lebanese banks, because it's so uncertain, and we cannot advise that. So what we can advise is what we can find ways to maintain talent here. This talent is going to make an income in fresh dollars or any other hard currency, and they're going to spend their income here in Lebanon. And this is something that's going to be very supportive for the local economy at this stage. Now, after we find solutions with the government, this can change. But so this is one part. So how we're supporting, we're linking, let's say, our startups with organizations that are helping them to open bank accounts outside Lebanon, to open structures outside Lebanon. And we're not talking about just companies outside Lebanon. So it's a holding company outside Lebanon. In Lebanon, it's an entity that is employing those employees, but the main entity is outside. And then we're also linking them with foreign expertise. So now we're talking that our startups or our SMEs are in insulated bubbles, right? Those insulated bubbles can be, connected through BDD and other kind of initiatives. And so now we have to connect them with the outside world. And connecting them with the outside world is the hardest thing to do. And so what we've done is we've partnered with companies in the US or companies in Europe that are linking us to foreign coaches, foreign mentors, because in the whole MENA region, you have a lack in expertise or in real expertise when it comes to technology. And so now even you're not dependent on the location that you are in for expertise even, because we're bringing it from outside. And you have a big network of Lebanese experts and coaches that are in the US and in the MENA and are really ready to give their support for free. So, and sometimes we pay on behalf of the entrepreneurs in order for us to support them and to support their progress. And so this is on the support side. And on the money side, we've also been linking our entrepreneurs and our startups with foreign investors that are interested. And because they have entities outside Lebanon, investors are ready to invest in them. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, startups that are just incorporated in Lebanon cannot attract foreign investors because they know everything that's happening here. There's a big uncertainty. It's really hard to do business, with the government shutdowns, with everything that's happening. And the laws here are really restrictive for foreign investors. So they prefer to invest in foreign entities, and now it's easy. So because that was solved from the initial phase, now we can link them to foreign investors. And I can give an example of one of our startups that attracted a foreign company, and that this foreign company bought our startup, and they've maintained their local office actually. They kept the office because for this foreign company, which is a US-based company, and it's a technology company. So the startup that we had was a cybersecurity startup, and it got acquired by this US company. The US company came to Lebanon, they checked the office. They've seen that it's, again, insulated from everything that's happening here, and they liked that. What's the other thing? So for any business, for any company, profit is, the most important thing, right? And from that side, they've seen that we have talent that's really, compared to the US, it's cheap. In Lebanon standards, those developers or those tech people are being paid well. But for the US, it's really more expensive for this company to employ people in the US. And so they've maintained 18 employees in Lebanon, and now they're thinking of employing even more in Lebanon, because they've seen that, okay, this is really a stable, bubble that can be moved at any time outside Lebanon if something really major happened in the country. And so that's a kind of resilience, and that's a kind of solution which is realistic, and it does not always depend on the government. So we do not always have to wait for the government to do something. We can do things, and then when the government acts, we're more resilient, we can do stuff, but we can find solutions, especially with the technologies that are available to us. We can find solutions without even the government. And we cannot always, like the old days, we're not dependent on any geography, we're not dependent on any ruler, we're not dependent on any specific government. Technology has freed us, really, in the last decade, and so we can benefit from that, I think.
Thank you so much. Very interesting insights, Sami. Yes, go ahead.
I would like to add one thing. So the fact that mainly the youth, they value a lot the foreign mentors, companies. So this is something important. The second thing, we can count on the diaspora as well. So the Lebanese diaspora outside should support mainly the youth, especially in these difficult times. And the last point I would like to mention that mainly what they are doing, and as well, of course, BDD and other companies, mainly they are following up with the youth, because mainly what we are offering as universities in general is the ideation phase, mainly the prototype, but at a certain point, especially to the funding, we cannot offer stay with the youth during all their journey. So what they are doing, they are following up, and this is, I think, the most important part. What's next of the idea, what we have to do, how we should keep the youth motivated in order to keep up what they are doing and mainly overcome all the challenges that they may face here in Lebanon.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Karim, I'll move over to you. Karim is based in Jordan, and he's heading the ESCWA Technology Center. And my question for you, Karim, is how are you tackling the most relevant problems for today's digital entrepreneurs?
Hello, everyone. You hear me? Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to come to Beirut and attend this meeting and meet all of the amazing people who participated at this meeting. I'd like actually to answer your question by a short presentation. It will not take lots of time. However, it summarizes all the work that we are doing at ESCWA for supporting the enabling environment for entrepreneurship with a special focus on digital entrepreneurship. I'll navigate through the main pillars and steps that we can do. Okay, we heard lots of insights and thoughts about the challenges that we are facing in Lebanon and how there are some solutions or actions can be taken by the community to navigate through these challenges and overcome some of these challenges on personal experiences or actions or community activities. If we are talking about a digital economy, for a resilient digital economy, it should be based on collaboration between entrepreneurs, between business enablers and actors, between the government. We have to work with the government somehow, and we have to work also with international and national organizations. So everyone come to one place, and this meeting could be the start of this initiative, that all of us are here. We are caring a lot about Lebanon. We are caring a lot about the economy, and also our entrepreneurs and SMEs. Entrepreneurship journey, it should pass by several elements, 7 steps. First of all, what are the national demands? So what the people need in the country. Educating innovators, and here we mentioned something about the universities and their role for ideation and bringing up ideas to the community from universities, and also how to develop local solutions. If I have an idea, where to go and how to implement this idea. And commercialization and incubation, and I think there are lots of amazing incubators and programs in Lebanon, and we need to capitalize on that to increase their and to scale their impact across the country. And also the business registration, and now there are lots of initiatives across the region, and also in Lebanon there is a national project for some years now, and I hope that it will end up soon by having an online registration platform for businesses. And then also the business support and networking, and this is also one of the actions that we are doing now, is bringing people together and to support the community and the enabling community, and also supporting the entrepreneurs. And last but not least, for sure, is scaling up and internationalization. And the Lebanese talent and startups, they already know their way for internationalization, or maybe the economic situation forced most of the Lebanese startups to think about internationalizing and scaling up their businesses beyond the country, which is amazing on the long run. So quickly, like identifying the national demands would be like what we are doing now. It's very important to keep up with this kind of meetings, and to have a virtual collaboration, and also physical meetings and discussion, and to talk about the challenges and the solutions that we can put on the ground. And some of these solutions are applicable, so we can start working on them directly. And some of them, yeah, maybe they will require lots of efforts and some arrangements on the long term. So at least we can start with the things that we can do now. And then the road mapping for the sector, it's also a crucial thing. And I think this could be one of the actions that we can do as a group here for digital economy in Lebanon. What is the situation now, and what we can do on the short term and on the medium term and long term, and what is the long-term vision also as well for the digital economy in Lebanon, and what will be the action of the policymakers, entrepreneurs, the business communities, researchers, students, innovators. So it's very important to set the scene for the digital economy community, and everyone knows very well their role in this community. And then educating innovators. We at ISQA, we developed compendiums of technologies in different sectors, in agriculture, in renewable energy, and nowadays also we are developing the extended reality compendium of technologies and business models. So it's very important to educate innovators and young people on the technologies, the available technologies, and then to be able to develop and invent new technologies or ideas. And then doing some trainings, and I believe there are lots of incubators and accelerators and university programs to support entrepreneurs. So disseminating this knowledge, it's a crucial thing also as well. And then developing local solutions by building what we call here the KICS, Knowledge and Innovation Community Centers. Okay, so now this is supposed to be by default something that could provide by the government or a public institution, but in most of the Arab countries, it's not the case. So we have to push for building something like that. The kicks are compile people from industry, from technology transfer offices and universities, and also link up with the entrepreneurship community and policy makers. So maybe like the group who is sitting in this room representing different sectors. So we are having a kind of at least a virtual center, we can call it, or a community or a group or whatever we give it as a name, but we all think together, we have a vision, we have a plan, and we coordinate our work together. Because there is no much resources available in the country and everybody is struggling, so it's better to work together. So if we work together, we will move better and further. And then the commercialization and incubation, there are lots of business models in the digital economy. And here, especially with the financial situation of the country and the banking system, we need to invent also new business models widely across the country so that people know how to collect their payments, how to build their, how to sell their products, how to manufacture things, how to rent things, how to provide services. But it also needed to be developed and disseminated across the country. And we at ESCWA Technology Center, we developed lots of business models. All of them, they are available at depar.unesqua.org. So entrepreneurs can go access them and learn from different business models. And we are happy also to cooperate with you to develop new business models for digital businesses. And then the fifth step, which is registration and certification, we are working with different governments across the Arab region, and there is a national project, actually a big national project in Lebanon that we are following up to establish an online single window for business registration in Lebanon. And I think this could accelerate the initiation of new startups and scaling them up and getting the needed certificates without lots of procedures and mobility. And then the sixth step, which is business support and networking. And here at ESCWA, we developed ecosystem maps for all the Arab countries, and all of them also are available at depar.unesqua.org. So you can access all the ecosystem across the Arab region. We did also that in Lebanon for the business ecosystem, for the renewable energy, for agriculture, wash sector, and also the women empowerment ecosystem. And nowadays we are working on mapping the extended reality technologies in the Arab region. We started with some countries, and for sure we will do that also in Lebanon. So it's important to know who are the key players in each of these sectors and who are the key players in the digital economy in Lebanon, and trying to reach them out and bring them in one room and to start the discussion and do a roadmap together that we can work on. And then we have a physical meeting also on the 30th of October this year, the Arab SME Summit. It will be in Jordan, in Amman, and all of you are invited to attend this summit. We will roll out the agenda and all details very soon. So it's important to meet up with, it will be a gathering of all regional actors in the entrepreneurship scene. And for sure, we will have a dedicated section for digital businesses and emerging technologies also as well. So it would be nice to have some SMEs from Lebanon to present their startups and to expand and to scale their business across the region and also internationally. Last but not least is scaling up. We map different opportunities in lots of foreign countries and in the areas of ICT, recycling, renewable energy, wash, and agri-tech. You can also access them through Depar. to see the opportunities available in foreign markets that SMEs can access. But it's very important also, as we map the internal or the national ecosystem, also to map the available international opportunities for Lebanese and for the people who are living in Lebanon. So I think this also requires huge efforts to map and navigate these opportunities and facilitate their access to the Lebanese people if we are pushing them or helping them to internationalize or to sell abroad, to bring foreign currency to the country. So yeah, these are the 7 main steps I think we should think about. Like any deficiency in one of these elements will for sure affect the ranking of the country and the quality of the ecosystem. So together, I believe we should work on supporting all of these steps within the available resources, within the available people or community in the country. So we shouldn't spend lots of time complaining, but I know that the situation is super hard, unfortunately. But yeah, we can do a lot, especially in the digital entrepreneurship scene. It's a bit easier than other business tracks in the country. That as mentioned in the panel, that most of the work can be done virtually or remotely or even from outside the country. But at least we could build a vision, we could have a roadmap, and then all of us together we can work on that and help the economy of the beloved Lebanon. So thank you very much. And yeah, I'm really happy to be with you. And unfortunately, I couldn't join physically, but next time, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karim. Absolutely, yes. I'd like to ask you to please put on screen your last slide, please, the one that summarizes the framework or the roadmap for the digital economy. And I'd like to open the floor now for feedback, comments to our panelists. Any feedback on this roadmap? Does it make sense?
All of the slides will be on the website shared with you, everybody that participated. So don't worry about taking snapshots, or they will be sent to you in.
Yes, go ahead. Please click on the mic. Yeah.
So thank you very much for the great panel. My question, when supporting entrepreneurs in the country, I'd just like to know how you encourage them to overcome the infrastructure challenges, like the most basic challenges that we have, like internet connection, electricity connection, registering their businesses without having a bank account, for example, because it's increasingly hard to open one.
Yeah, go ahead, Kim.
Hi, Dania. So like I said, infrastructure was one of the major problems that startups were facing during the crisis. As BDD, what we did to support those startups is to offer 24-hour access to BDD, which incurred major costs on our company, but we understood how crucial it was for our business operations to continue. As far as the banking system is concerned, there is nothing really that we can do from our side, but what we did see is entrepreneurs, like Sami said, open up bank accounts abroad and shift everything abroad. Thank you.
Mainly from our side, what we do is that we encourage our university students mainly to use co-working space like BDD in order to encounter all the challenges they are facing. And regarding the registration and bank accounts, so in our case, because we start from the ideation phase, so we have time mainly to validate the idea and to work on the prototype before reaching mainly this stage. But here as well, we have the solution. Like Sami just mentioned, they help entrepreneurs to open accounts. So what we do is we help them to network with people like BDD and organization like BDD and IM Capital in order to develop the business idea and overcome the challenges.
So yeah, actually, we help them to get finance. Let's say if they want to set solar, energy. If they don't want to, or if they can't be included, let's say maybe there's no space in all support systems like BDD and other. Maybe they want to do their own thing. So maybe we can facilitate financing for those kind of investments. And as I said, there's satellite internet, which doesn't cost a lot, which also can be implemented. So electricity solved, internet solved. If you want to solve the other issues like the legal issues with establishing a company or having a bank account, for example, you have many companies in the GCC. If you want to establish, if most of your business is in the GCC, you can talk to these companies and they can help you establish a bank account, establish an entity, a legal entity there, and then again, you don't have to be fully reliant on Lebanon and the Lebanese government. And so that's a way to circumvent all the issues that you have here.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My question is simple. So what's going to happen when we actually have a reliable government? Like when all of this is over and we do have a reliable government somewhere, what are we going to do? Like we are creating bubbles. What's going to happen?
I mean, you have to have trust. And if you check all economies all around the world, when trust is lost, you cannot build anything without trust.
I'm not against the building.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to understand the end game. Should we have a strategy like when there is a reliable, trustworthy government? I'm not going to say again because it was never there. When we do have such a thing, what are we going to do? Do we have an end game for this plan? Like if this happens, we're going to dismantle everything, or are we going to stay in our bubble? I have the question about myself. This is how we are operating actually.
I think it's going to take, I am not claiming to have the solution here, because it depends, and it's all dependent on, the trust of businesses that this government is going to remain reliable in the future. So it's all about expectations. And as you know, in economics, it's all about expectations. So if the government was good, everything was solved, then the next step is for you to trust that it's going to remain stable in the future. And that is going to, push you to now get out of your bubble and maybe khalas, start doing everything back in Lebanon. Yeah.
Thank you, Sally.
I would like to add something. So what we teach our students is mainly to work on a sustainable business model. So they cannot rely all the time on funding or donations and other organizations. So at a certain time, the business should they work to replicate the business, to mainly integrate the innovation, because it's about innovation. Even if I'm considering a stable marketplace, even if they are not in Lebanon, they have mainly to innovate in order to keep satisfying their customers, in order to mainly to compete with the players, the future players even on the market. So it's all about building a sustainable business model in order to get out of this bubble, let's call it, and continue their business on the long term.
Okay, so for me, I would say if we didn't have that constant struggle to provide things that we should naturally have, it would be business as usual for us. As BDD, we offer a lot of value added to our tenants and community members, such as networking opportunities, collaboration opportunities. But what we would have to do less than what we are doing now is to worry about their basic needs.
Yeah, well, I have one thing, which is I think somewhere we need to maybe support psychologically as well these people, because we're creating islands, we're not communicating well, we are operating in a very volatile, dangerous, way, and we really need to support these people in a way to make them actually think differently, not only operate differently. We've been reacting for more than 3 years now. So this constant reacting to what is happening around us is building, I think, trauma, and very soon we're gonna see a lot of PTSD in businesses in Lebanon, and this is really concerning.
Okay.
One thing to add that from the previous panel, Dr. Smokhal mentioned the entrepreneur. So just to highlight this important thing that we are not only focusing on entrepreneurs, we are not asking all our students to be entrepreneurs. So we have entrepreneurs as well, and we have to work on their skills, and if we are talking about hard skills, soft skills. So this is one important thing as well to add.
For sake of time, I'm going to take Rabi and then
Thank
the
you,
gentleman
Joel.
at the end.
Actually, again, and I'm talking about an experience, a real experience. I did not left Lebanon since I born here, and I just travel for doing seminars, getting more education, more connections, more international, like Karim mentioned. And thank you, Karim, for the map or mind map you did, and it need again an arrow to start again and again to keep it cycling. From its all ends, never close the ends. Okay, and we tried this in Expo Dubai during the most critical time. At that time they was taking out the ambassadors, and we went there with a challenge under our government. 31 start-up companies with others, with NGOs. And we created the MENA Tech Alliance from there. So it was, we launched MENA Tech Alliance from there. And here I have a question for you, Rim, about the forward MENA. And why, and this can answer your question and can answer my question or my comment that you never can split government and environment from youths. If you split it, you destroy the whole country. So you have to work on both pillars, joint venture, and to support your government, whatever. Even we can't, even talking about this is a crime for me, because we believe in you. We believe in the future of the youth. We believe in the entrepreneurs. We believe in what Lebanese can do, and Lebanon is surviving because of you. So we have to keep trusting the government in the space that need to trust. It can't be general that all the government, we need a bubble and we have to be spread from the government, because as you just mentioned, Salim mentioned before, at the Ministry of Labor, they approved a digital transformation plan for 3 years, and we are working on this in volunteer, and we are helping them without any money or digital economy in the short term. It's really, you need a vision, you need a culture, you need what he just mentioned. You need to give more emotional and social intelligence with the country and with the government in order to survive all and get out from the bubbles, and have all one national strong hands together. My question, if Beirut Digital District is a successful story for me, of course, and for everyone, why you created the Forward MENA?
Okay, so at Beirut Digital District, we realized that some certain industries have jobs that are hard to fill. For instance, UX UI is a field that is hard to hire for. Digital marketing is also it's not necessarily hard to hire for, but it's a job that you could work remotely with, or that you can find easily to get hired. So what Forward MENA did, it created programs, training programs for DevOps, digital marketing, and UX UI courses that are free of charge, together in partnership with the World Bank Group, to offer the youth and everyone else. So this is not necessarily only for the youth, but for people all over Lebanon to be able to get skilled up and then find jobs.
Thank you, Kim. The last comment. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thank you for all your interventions. I cannot but stop at the last one. We cannot trust our government anymore. I'm sorry to say that. I am above 50, and for the past 50 years, my government has stolen every resource that I've ever had, and I need to work for change. They lost my trust. Trust is an earned factor. There are some ministries definitely doing good work, like Fuad Zmokhor mentioned. Some ministers are doing exceptional work, but the system doesn't work anymore. If you bring in today Mother Teresa, who gave everything to the world and didn't ask for anything, give her Lebanon, she will fail in this system. We need to change the system. And the system relies on the private sector. It's true that the private sector is extremely resilient, and the Lebanese in general are extremely resilient, but resilience has limits. Even resilience has limits. So today, if we don't support the private sector, and all these beautiful initiatives that were mentioned are private initiatives coming from the private sector, but they cannot sustain forever. Like Sami just mentioned, there are investors, but they are looking to secure their investments outside. And if you talk to any Lebanese from at any age, if you ask him what you want, he'll tell you, I want a nationality, I want a visa to go Okay, this is my opinion. You may not agree with it, I'm sure. No, yes, I'm telling. Sure. If we manage to change the system, if we manage to reverse the cycle from a vicious circle to a virtuous circle where the government will serve the private sector and the private sector will pay the government, because without the private sector there are no government revenues. Without government revenues there's no public sector. Without public sector there's no regulator. Without a regulator there's no country. And today we have no country, no regulator, no public sector, no government revenues, and they are killing the private sector. So we need to reverse that. Support the private sector to get there, and we will have a virtuous circle. To answer your question, what will happen next? All these wonderful clusters are made of extremely intelligent people, and these will be working together, of course, but to develop in R&D, in research, in creation, instead of having to deal in everyday survival that we are doing today. All these initiatives that we saw this morning are incredible initiatives. Of course, but we cannot ask the private sector or the private initiatives to have this forward thinking. Once we achieve this change and we have a vision for Lebanon, this vision will make sure that all these clusters are connected and they are switched to becoming effective and efficient and work in research and development. Today, just as an example, our last food security strategy dates since the 40s, if not the 60s or 40s. So can you imagine?
Sorry. Please go ahead. Final question.
Not so much a question, but a comment from an external observer. I'm Thomas with Executive Magazine, and I have been hosted in Lebanon for about 25 years. Now I'm still here without family, but I can assure, as you said, yes, it is my final safety valve. If everything breaks down, I have my German passport and will not be stuck in Beirut. I had this experience also during the last altercation between Israel and Hezbollah. I went on the bus anyway, forget it. The reality is, what you are showing here is that you have tremendous human capital. The only two things that I would advise as external observer with nothing to say against is A, don't nationalize your jobs. Keep your diversity. Attract people. Don't send out 80% of Lebanese graduates to look for jobs in the US and make it restrictive within Lebanon. And the second thing, sorry to oppose you, Ricardo, yes, never trust anyone. That's my principle as a journalist. I trust anyone to lie to me. But even though I have to build trust also with the Lebanese government, as bad as they are, as bad as I have seen it, but you have to start from now on. You need them in not overcoming not only the digital divide, but also if you look at the recent World Bank report, and Executive Magazine has a story on it, on what they called the digital paradox and the upside of the digital economy in MENA. You need government regulation from now on. You cannot wait living in bubbles until the government starts regulating. That has to be starting now. So start building trust, invest into those people. Sorry, talk too much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These are amazing closing words. I'd like to thank you for your interventions. I'd like to thank my panelists, and we shall now move to the second session, the last session. Group photo. Please, I invite the panelists on stage at the front for a
كريم
Picture كريم.
خليني معاكم في الصورة.
okay.
جوال معك الباسورد؟ يا ربي I don't know.
No, not project.
معك الباسورد غلط. ليه ما So the last presentation for today, if you don't mind, please. So the last presentation today is opportunities in the blockchain, metaverse, and emerging technologies, with Firas Maghames, founder and managing director of Firma Queen. Firas, the floor is yours.
مرحبا. Okay. Whenever you're ready. مرحبا. My name is Firas Maghames. Thank you, Rudy, for having me. I'm the MD of Firma Queen and the CEO of Flagam Group. Flagam Group is a new emerging group that is hosting under it a technology company called Bright Lab and an e-commerce accelerator called Birdhouse that we manage for us, several e-commerce. So as you can see, I can speak on different folds, from a person that used to work or is working with the clients, and these clients are there and they've been into the big dilemma of how they can merge or how they can go into the transformation or the digital transformation. At the same time, we were in the shoes of the client where we're doing the digital transformation ourselves. So we've been championing and we've been talking about the digital transformation as an agency, as a group, since, if I remember, 2014, 2015. We've been working with the biggest retailers and the biggest banks in Lebanon, and I can always say that the conclusion for them was digital economy is unmanageable. And eventually, if we want to put ourselves, and sir, you were just talking about the private sector, and if I want to put myself in their shoes at the private sector, the big retailers, the big bankers, the big insurance companies, the big makers and shakers of our economy, they always felt comfortable in the offline economy, if this is a word that we can use. And they didn't find any reason, enough reasons, and during 2014, 15, 16, even till 2019, to move from the offline to the online and to go into the digital economy. And I think this is a big factor about why, as Lebanese, as Lebanon, we're so late and we've missed a lot of waves during that. Being an agency that we operate regionally, and being myself, most of the time I spend them in Riyadh, I can easily say that we are no longer the leaders in the digital world. Probably we have some role, we have a big role that we play. Definitely we're the best implementers in the region, at least as an Arab nationalities, or one of the best. But definitely I don't see that we are the big players. And I believe that a big part of it, because the private sector, the real entrepreneurs, the ones that they have the deep pocket, the ones that they can hire people in the thousands, are not the big believers in the digital economy, and because they felt so comfortable in their own territories. So over the last years, I've seen these entrepreneurs, their CEOs, they were trying to push this first wave as if they can protect their sandcastles. Until COVID, they tried so hard to push it away, but they got onboarded and they tried to come late to the game through e-commerce, through digital products, through having their apps, through migrating their audience, their customer base, etc., etc. But eventually, I believe it was too late. We can see this transformation. We've been talking about it since morning, but honestly, I believe we already came late to the game. So what about the next wave? The e-commerce wave it's already passed us. The digital products, it's already passed us. The e-governance, I believe it's already passed us. We're coming late to the game. Eventually, we're gonna go there, we're gonna go there. We are part of it, part of the journey, but we're no longer leaders of this game. So what about the next wave? And the next wave is the cryptos. The next wave are the emerging businesses, the emerging technologies, the NFTs, the metaverse, and all that. And I can honestly say that if we continue the way that we are, probably we're gonna miss this wave. However, what's different now that the emerging technologies is a totally different animal than the e-commerce and the digital products. And I believe that we have a lot of opportunity to really try to be leaders on that front, and I'm gonna elaborate later on. So for the last 18 months, and here I'm talking about Firma Queen as an agency, where we deal with technology and creative products and everything related to this on day-to-day basis, I'm gonna give you at least our numbers. For the last 18 months, we've been working on more than 270 leads, regionally from Doha to Riyadh to Dubai and in Lebanon. And I can say that we got 0 leads, and there were 0 serious requests when it comes to cryptocurrency or crypto technology, metaverse, and everything related to this. It was always on the table. We've been discussing in every single meetings, in every encounter. We always discuss this. We have this curiosity. We have this need to talk about it, but eventually it wasn't converting into a real business, and I think this is our missed opportunities. But if we're counting on the entrepreneurs, which are the young startups, the ones that they have this hype, they already evangelists to the cryptocurrencies, the crypto technologies, and all this. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere. We want to onboard are the big businesses who want to onboard. If I want to name names, for example, Abu Adal. What we want to name names, it's like Fatal, the big retailers, Azadea, and others. These are the ones that should be onboarded, and not only the startup world. And for me, these are the maker and the shakers again of our private sectors. However, we are seeing some shy tries, or they're trying to get involved a little bit, and this is what we call the FOMO, which is a fear of missing out. And we see it a lot into the cryptocurrencies. With everyone, they open a wallet, they buy in $500, $1,000, $5,000, and they say, okay, you know what, I'm gonna lose it anyways, let me try. And this psychologically, this behavior is what we call FOMO. So I have a fear that I'm missing out, I'm not getting it, I have no idea what cryptocurrencies is, I don't need to know more, but let me try it. And this is what we have been seeing for the last 5 years with digital products, with the apps, with the digital, what was called digital transformation and e-commerce. And we are seeing it today with metaverse and the NFTs and all this. But again, this is not enough. So even though we are seeing some indicators, even though we are seeing some shy examples, but I don't believe we are getting there as at least a Lebanese economy. So, to understand the playing field, Rudy, you think I can get water? Please. So, to understand the playing field, there's some good news by the end of the day. In the early 2000s till 2010, we believe as marketeers we've been into the product-centered marketplace. In the last 10 years, we've moved to the user marketplace, user-centered marketplace, and this is why we started talking about user experience, the experience, and all that. And now today, the post-COVID is, we went into what we are calling it, the human-centered marketplace. And for me, this is a great news, especially for the Lebanese economy. And why is that? Because if there is one thing that we understand It's human. And this is why we create the best experiences all over the region. We have the best clubs, we have the best restaurants, we have the best experience when we invite people to the beach. This is why we're good people to promote tourism and all this. And eventually, in our DNA, thank you a lot. So in our DNA, whether we like it or not, whether we have a strong government or not, we understand the experiences. And the human-centered marketplace is, the experiences are at the core of it. So let me elaborate more. So if I want to see it from a macro perspective, on an opportunity perspective, I believe that the future is here. But as Lebanese, we can say that we're already there because we have the infrastructure. And this infrastructure is based on understanding human and eventually to create a human-centered product. So what about today? What we have the culture. We understand different cultures. We spoke different languages. We can relate to the West. We can relate to the East, and this is something that I believe a lot of us we have examples in our professional lives. We know how to create relationships. We know how to create a bond, and I believe a lot of Lebanese startups and Lebanese companies, they thrived during the last 2 years during COVID because they built strong relationships with their suppliers, strong relationships with their vendors, strong relationships with their client and customers. And I believe, as at least in our group, a lot of clients, including Europeans and Americans, which are more harsh in doing businesses, they wanted us to survive. They wanted us to pass the COVID because we know how to build a relationship. And I'm talking about how we can, the customer service or the client servicing part, how advanced it is versus other countries. And last, we know how to work as a team, probably not as an organization, but at least we know how to create silos or the islands that you were referring to. So we know how to create teams. And these are 3 strong pillars for us in order to build a human-centered or to go into the human-centered marketplace. And least, yes, I might seem very romantic in what I'm presenting, but I truly believe in it, and this is from our experience. We know we have empathy, and we are committed to this. And this is one of the things, as at least in our group, in our agency, whenever we're working in Doha or whenever we're working in Riyadh, people, they feel that we're committed to what we say. We have this empathy, we have this devotion. We spend the nights, we work during the weekends in order to deliver, and this is another form of empathy. So, and if I want to go into the service sector, we have probably the best advertising agencies, and we dominate the market all over the region. Probably we have the best consultants all over the region, in the big fours and all over the place. We have the best tech companies, the solution providers. We have the best digital agencies. One of the panelists mentioned the marketeers and all that. In each territory and each sectors, we have the best players. And that means all these are heavy, if I want to say, they are heavy on human interaction and all that. And these are more indicators about the opportunities that we have in the new emerging businesses. And again, in the production houses, talking about Studio Vision, PAC, or the big production houses, a lot of our content, at least in the region, during the last 10 years, were produced in Lebanon. Unfortunately, we've lost a big market share, but however, we still have the talents which are mainly the movers in this industry, even it's outside of Lebanon. So if I want to take all this and transform it and ask the question, what is metaverse? And eventually, what does it mean for us? A metaverse, eventually, it's a 3D word. That means it's been designed. We have an idea. We have a story, script writers. We have creative people to build it. We need 3D modelers. We need graphic designers. We need people that they understand structure of our technology. We need developers and all that. And this is eventually a metaverse. It's something without the government, without anything related to this, without any real hard material that we need to build, we can build it 100% relying on talents. And these talents, at least in this area of the world where we live in, we are the leaders in that. Individually, not as a companies, individually, not as organizations. So this is for me an opportunity. So when we have a big hype around metaverse, and we can see that this is where we can fish for the talents, and this is where we can harvest them, and this is where we can create these metaverse based on them, I can see a huge opportunity. And the same thing goes for the NFTs. So eventually, probably the most famous NFTs now are based on when it comes to art and artists and all this, which is already we're strong on that. But eventually, the NFTs, they're gonna come to the legal world. We have the best lawyers in the region. We're going eventually into everything when it comes to real estate, and the real estate agents, if we go to Dubai, a lot of them, or at least the best performing ones, they're Lebanese. And these are opportunities. So I'm looking at the opportunity from a human perspective, and eventually what we can do in that. However, good is, this is yeah, exactly. But on the other hand, and this is from my personal experience, and I know a lot of you might hate me for this, I can easily say that good is the enemy of great. And unfortunately, we've never been great. We've always been good at things. And hear me out. Great eventually is when we start working as organizations, and this is where we achieve greatness. And whenever we're working as islands, as silos, as small teams, we will always be good. So this is why, in my mind, if I'm betting a lot on the entrepreneurs, on the young entrepreneurs, which are doing their best and everything that they could, but I'm not buying in or having the big tycoons of our economy to go into this economy, into the digital economy, I think this will be a big risk. So I need my clients, which are the big CEOs, the big business owners, the ones they thrived in the traditional economy, to convince them what they need to move from this side to the other side, or at least to have two legs in this. And I think that a lot of them, you might tell me, they're already on board. A lot of them, they changed their processes. A lot of them, they went into the paperless things. A lot of them, they changed, at least in their processes. But a lot of them are doing it out of fear. Or a lot of them because they have a succession plan and they're trying to cope with that. And eventually, this is not enough. The bad thing about metaverse, the bad thing about blockchain and these technologies, or the crypto technologies, they need a lot of patience, they need a lot of faith, they need a lot of belief, and they need a build-up. And for that, we need people that they have enough, I would say deep pockets, but oxygen to survive this. And eventually, this is what the opportunity that we might miss. And as Lebanese, we might be missing the wave on leading on that, at least in the region that we are. So in order to go to the greatness, the experts, you were talking about the freelancers. So these experts are developing a reputation today. Some of it is great, some of it is not great, to be very honest, because we lack commitment on the individual level somehow, and I'm being realistic. And eventually the business leaders, they need to develop trust. And this is something, it's up to, I would say, my generation to build it up, because the others, they already been leading on the retailer, leading on the banking all over the region. So eventually people, they are, or the governments that we are migrating to, or within the expansion you were talking on, sir, about how the startups are migrating to the other countries, we're one of them. And eventually, if we don't go and build trust wherever we go, or what they are calling, at least Saudi, they are calling it building a qita, and make qita. They see us as Lebanese as the ones we come for the quick wins, and we we escape whenever things go shitty. So eventually, and this is for me, this is very fundamental, and this is part of whenever the second wave starts, or they call it the fourth wave starts, which is the metaverse and the blockchains. And for me, it's there. It's definitely there, and it's already very close to build it, to start with it. Eventually, if we don't have the trust, our organizations, our companies, they won't be getting any piece of the pie. So, okay. So we need, as business leaders, definitely to challenge skills of the talents and further enhance their capabilities. However, time is money. And for me, the next wave is very, very soon. And this is something that I encountered during my meetings and during our exposure that we have with the governments and the big tycoons in the region. We understand that there is this urgency, and eventually time, the watch is clicking, and time is very important. So, what I understand is that we need to be more. And in order to be more, we have to do more. And in order to do more and to achieve more, we cannot keep on relying on high performance teams. We need to start working on high performance organizations, which is, in my belief, or at least from the digital economy, that I've been in the center of BDD for the last 10 years. You are our clients, by the way. So even MENA Forward MENA, it's a great initiative. We can see that it doesn't lack the seriousness. Definitely it's serious, but I don't see that if we don't move from these islands, from these silos, and we start working as big machines, big organizations, with the help of the traditional entrepreneurs, with our government, I totally agree with you. However, this is where we start being more and doing more. And the last thing I would like to say, which is, we always had this mentality, which is at the agency, we call it let's be Elvis. We always had rock stars. We always had talents. Probably this is why we're doing excellent as freelancers without the issue of lacking commitment. However, during the last 2 years, our talents, whether they were designers, 3D artists, developers, financial analysts, and all this, they managed to get fresh dollars working from their bedrooms, working from their home, and they've managed to get great credits when it comes to their employers, whether it was in the US, in Riyadh, in Europe, or whatever city. However, this let's be Elvis mindset, which is a great fuel for our digital economy, I believe, again, to end on the same note, which it might be the thing that will let us miss the next wave of being leader on the digital economy. So in my mind, we need to bring on board the traditional entrepreneurs, the guys that they know how to run companies. We don't have the time to learn or to educate young entrepreneurs to know how to do business, to know how to do structures, to know how to seize opportunities. And I think for the last 10 years, from a lot of initiatives, we've planted the seeds. And I think we have a lot of the right mindset for this. However, what we need to do is to get more people into this small community. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Firas. If you have any question, it's time for questions. We have lunch once we finish the question, so please stay for lunch. Any question? Let me switch it off first. Any questions for Firas? Any questions for us? Any questions for Esco?
I have a question for Firas.
You have a lot of questions.
No, just for Firas.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm a very big fan of your work at Firma Queen. I love everything you do. Second of all, just to understand, so you want us to stop being Elvis and start acting like a band.
Sorry, can you repeat?
So we need to stop being Elvis actually and start working like a band.
Definitely.
In order to be remarkable.
Definitely.
How do you think we can solve the issue of commitment with talents in Lebanon? Because I've been working with freelancers for a long time now, and the greatest of them don't have the least of patience. How can we, if you want to take all of these people, put them into organizations, this means that they will have to start using processes. Well, they don't want to do that. They don't have the patience to actually get into a process. But how do you think we can solve such problems?
Okay. First, there's part of it in our DNA, and personally, I truly believe that there is some things that we can change, but at least what are the things that we can control? Personally, I'm a big fan of entrepreneurship. I'm an entrepreneur. I started at 26. Today I'm 36. But eventually, I'm not hitting on BDD. I love them. But we need, at certain point, to stop promoting this entrepreneurship dream.
So we need to let freelancers understand that this is not entrepreneurship. This is freelancing. You're not a business owner.
Definitely. But I will tell you something let me tell you something that we are facing now. In one of our companies, it's called Bright Lab, which is a technology company. We created a product with a Saudi partner, and it has to do with trafficking and violations and eventually taxation and all that, which is a great product. We pitched it to Alam. Alam is one of the biggest technology hub in Riyadh, owned by PIF, and eventually probably they will sign very soon, or will sign very soon. But they wanted us to onboard 150 developers, which we do have in the marketplace. But you can see that you have a company with 10 developers, 3 developers, 4 developers, 3 developers, 4 developers. And this is a mega project, this is a giga project. So as a company, as a Lebanese company, we were able to extend our creativity, our professionalism, eventually to come up with to solve a solution that the Saudi market has. But eventually, I know for a fact, at least between myself and myself, I know that eventually we will sell the idea and we will not implement it. Definitely. Because again, we have the talents, but we've been working, anyways, we cannot finance it in all cases. So whenever you have these traditional entrepreneurs, like I was saying, Abu Adal, Fattal, Abaji, I'm not sure who else, I'm just saying the generic names if I want, which they know how to run an organizations of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 employees. You need them. So, for example, in my case, we are around 130 employees. And so I cannot bet on learning as an entrepreneur how to run a 2,000 force of organization when I have this kind of commitment. This is just one example, and this is what eventually, as a Lebanese economy, as a digital economy, why is it that worth it? That's why it's a big thing, because you can work across border. So if the whole concept is you can work to any market, but eventually if you don't have the readiness to work for any market because the other markets are much bigger than you, so eventually what's the point? So what's the point of preparing ourselves for the digital transformation if eventually when the cake is here, we cannot bite it? So what's the point? That's it. Did I answer your question? All right. Yes.
Hello. First of all, amazing presentation, the way you laid things out and the way it's realistic and optimistic at the same time. My name is Jad Adnan. I'm one of the people who were Elvis's. I'm a smart contract developer myself, and nobody knew how to do it. And then what I did is I created an organization called Aether, where we developed and do digital transformation through blockchain. And your point is amazing because we're targeting traditional companies to get on the Web3. One of them we started with Rudy. Rudy knows one of them, where we were able to see how we can help these companies. Now, for the point you were saying, and I wanted as an advice as well, maybe I can learn more since most of the people in this room actually mentored me, is that if you want to create an organization and then move forward with it, is it better, like, I'm trying to formulate this question good because I liked what you said. Yeah. What do you mean by we need to get more into big organizations versus small organizations, when you can actually have these small organizations together help each other? Like one time we had a big project for a company, and what we did is we created the blockchain part, and the big organization and this big software development company created the Web 2 part of the project. So I didn't need to hire 130 developers for it, although it needed this time. What I did is they outsourced to me the part which we're responsible for, and we did the commitment. And the other company, we outsourced to them the Web 2 part, which was bigger than our part. And then we integrated together. So could a solution to the problem you're saying?
Let me. What I meant is a bit different than the perspective that you just presented. Let's take it to the US. A lot of technologies are funded by the big companies. GMC, from the automotive to the food tech, etc. So, for example, the food tech, the ones they are funding the food tech industry, a big part of them are the people into the supply chain of the food, eventually the farmers and all this. So eventually, this I can see from as a product developer and as a consultant to my clients on both sides, that there's a clear cutoff between the digital ecosystem, all right, and the other ecosystem, which in my mind I call it the private sector. So definitely during the last crisis, the private sector proved to be extremely strong, extremely powerful, and in a way or another, which I don't understand how, they survived it. We survived it. Correct? So, but keep on building organically the same digital ecosystem that we've been building for the last 10 years, from BDD to Veritech to Circular 331 to all this stuff, all the accelerators. It's the same ecosystem that's been building beautifully. But at the same time, in my perspective, the clock is ticking, and the next big wave is coming. And the next big wave is everything that you've been involved with. So in order to get the university students on board them, spending money eventually, or the internet rocket model and all this, which is a great model, but we don't have the time for it. So I need the private sector to convince the private sector to go into this journey, because I believe they know how to run organizations, they know how to run companies, they have a great network in the region, all right, or some of them outside the region, and we need them on board. However, there's a lot of examples that you can tell me they're already on board, but as from my perspective, they're not on board.
No,
they're not there.
I'm saying
definitely they're not. They're just doing some shy steps, and probably out of fear, or probably you have the grandfather who's trying to shut his 20 kid that, okay, I'm gonna do an e-commerce business for you. They're not investing in it, and I've seen how they invest. Let me give you an example. There is a client, a multinational one, that they have the regional office here in Lebanon. I cannot say who. It's a French company. They used to spend with us more than $50,000, sometimes $200,000 per month on digital channels, which are the social media. Social media are not digital transformation. They're spending it to get traffic to the offline business. Yeah. So, however, they had $300 per month budget on their real digital business. That's insane. So eventually you can tell me, oh, they've been online since 2016, or they have their e-commerce business since 2016, and they optimize their process. Yes, but they're not there. They are not there. However, now everyone, they try to accelerate it because of COVID, and we can see that their budgets are still bit by bit slowing down, that they're going back to their comfort zone, which if I was instead of them, I would do the same thing. So I don't see the digital economy or the digital ecosystem convinced these guys to be on board. We always alienated them, and I'm starting, being myself part of this ecosystem, I'm starting by blaming myself. And for me, these are the real shakers and makers, which in the US, you have the big automotive industry, you have the pharmaceutical industry, you have all these big guys, they are the ones investing. Right?
I'm gonna take 2 quick questions because lunch and security, as usual, are following us. If you can, quick question, Firas, quick answer, and then I'll go to the private sector also. Ricardo.
It looks to me, after listening to all of you today, that the digital economy is some kind of ecosystem relying on a multi-stakeholder environment. So, I would consider this session as a first session of some kind of a forum. Okay, what if you can launch a forum engaging all of the stakeholders?
Perfect
discussions.
Perfect question, and that is what we were speaking about. That we're gonna be having another one, and we need you, all of you. This is a follow-up because what we spoke today is beautiful. Without action, it's just another session without action. And I've seen and I attended, I think, hundreds of sessions without action. And this is what we have to follow up, okay? So we will be definitely communicating with all of you. There will be a small forum to get and hear you more because we're gonna be hearing you also on lunch. We're gonna be taking more notes. There will be definitely another session for more actionable items, so we can definitely move on. Thank you for bringing this back. I'm going to take Ricardo quickly, and then I'll...
Thank you, Rudy. I just want to reassure Firas that the private sector has appetite to change, and Rudy is aware of one of the programs, which is a digital transformation program with the help of USAID and ESA, that was initiated by the private sector cluster to go there. And in my capacity as chairman of the Family Business Networks in Lebanon, I'm in charge and in regular contact, direct contact with 75 of these families that you've just mentioned. And these, I can assure you that these families were the initiators of the digital transformation starting from the 90s and even in the late 80s. However, now, because of the current situation of the country and what we've been discussing earlier, the priorities have changed. Today, companies like these are thinking of how to sustain jobs, how to maintain their employees, and they have reduced their budgets on R&Ds, development, so on and so forth. It will come back. There is appetite. However, we need, in my opinion, for the time being, to maintain this synergy that everybody talked about today in the conference. The synergy between startups, they call us the dinosaurs, the heavy old guys.
I call you.
You called us.
Yeah. Which you are my client.
Okay. So we need to maintain this balance to go through these difficult times, and I can assure you that the appetite will be...
If you allow me to. Sure. Definitely there is an appetite, and appetite was always there. But I'm analyzing this appetite out of my experience. This is why I labeled it under the FOMO, right? That's it. But going back before the crisis, and I've seen a lot of them going into that part, but they were going on as investors or as to change their culture. So it was either an HR project, a huge HR project, which is a cultural transformation, which is needed, but this is not the end goal. And I've seen it as this was the end goal. And as investors, which eventually, yes, we need the family businesses, we need the private sector's deep pockets, definitely yes, but we need their experience, their network, their trust, and this is what their trust. And I've seen a lot of our startup companies that we've created their apps, their branding throughout the last 10 years. Eventually they fail to deliver, not because they don't have a good solution, not because eventually there is no leverage on the market, on whoever is the buyer, because they cannot put on the table, this is what I've done in the past. They cannot do it. And eventually, I know this is what I'm saying is not enough, محبوب الشيء اللي بدي أقوله, okay, شعبي. But eventually, our ecosystem, which we belong to in a way or another, failed on building this trust, especially due to some accelerators, etc., and this program. So eventually, I've seen a lot of times where a startup that it got several funding when they reach the end goal, and eventually other people from outside Lebanon, they see them, oh, okay, you're graduated from this accelerator and you've been coached by X, Y, Z. For them, they lost it just by saying that. That's my opinion. I know it's not popular opinion. So eventually the ones that they have the trust are you guys.
It's a balance, I think, between both. Having that balance between that startups, ecosystem, freelancers, and yes. Final question, and then we break for lunch. We continue our discussion, please.
I want to ask Firas for a favor. Firas, while you're still on stage, it's me. I just want to ask you for a favor. Can we do a quick poll to see how everybody here, how well, or whether or not they understand the impacts of blockchain in the years to come on like the public and private sector? Can we just do a quick poll based on the talk from Firas? Do you feel you understand blockchain and its impact? How well? If so, please. Okay.
Positive impact or negative impact?
I just wanted to know. General impact, I guess.
Half negative impact.
Negative.
Yeah.
Oh, محسوب.
Ma made either
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think half is really
that's good.
what we are going. He doesn't believe in blockchain. I believe in blockchain, not because.
No, I believe in blockchain. I believe it will have a massive impact, but not in the way that.
Yeah.
Negative impact.
Is it a question
if it is under the same form?
Of
positive, if it
understanding.
It was a question of understanding.
Understanding only. Yeah.
Oh,
anyway,
understanding.
Thank you. Let's break to lunch.
Thank you.
Nadine will please follow Nadine. Thank you a lot. We would love to hear. We're not finishing this. This is not finished. We will send you more information, and then we will definitely need to meet maybe on a smaller group scale, same people, but on a group scale to come up with more outputs. Thank you. Really, it was amazing. Thank you. Thank you for the ESCWA, and thank you, Joel. Ground floor, lunch, cafeteria, follow Nadine. Thank you. I'll be with you also.